Chapter 9 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, William Pepper. In Rugby Chapel, that noble poem in memory of his father, Matthew Arnold draws a strong contrast, on the one hand, between the average man who eddies about, eats and drinks, chatters and loves and hates, and then dies, having striven blindly and achieved nothing; and on the other, the strong soul, tempered with fire, not like the men of the crowd, but fervent, heroic, and good, the helper and friend of mankind. Dr. William Pepper, whose loss we mourn today, while not a Thomas Arnold, belonged to this group of strong souls, our leaders and masters, the men who make progress possible. There are two great types of leaders: one, the great reformer, the dreamer of dreams, with aspirations completely in the van of his generation, lives often in wrath and disputations, passes through fiery ordeals, is misunderstood, and too often despised and rejected by his generation. The other, a very different type, is the leader who sees ahead of his generation, but who has the sense to walk and work in it. While not such a potent element in progress, he lives a happier life and is more likely to see the fulfillment of his plans. Of this latter type, the late professor of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania was a notable example, the most notable the profession of this country has offered to the world. 1. William Pepper began life under conditions which are very often unfavorable to success. His father, a distinguished physician, the professor of medicine in the school in which his son was educated, belonged to a family of position and influence. For the young man there were none of those tempering blows of circumstance, no evil star with which to grapple and grow strong. Quite as much grit and a much harder climb are needed to reach distinction from the top as from the bottom of the social scale, and to rise superior to the res abundans domi has taxed to the uttermost many young men in this country. We have heard enough of the self-made men who are always on top. It is time now to encourage in America the young fellow who is unhappily born, with a silver spoon in his mouth. Like the young man in the Gospels, he is too apt to turn away sorrowfully from the battle of life, and to fritter his energies in Europe, or to go to the devil in a very ungentlemanly manner, or to become the victim of neurasthenia. To such, the career I am about to sketch should prove a stimulus and an encouragement. At the age of 21 in 1864, the year of his father's death, Pepper graduated from the medical department of the University of Pennsylvania, having previously taken the B.A. degree. What now were the influences which sent this youngster bounding up the ladder 3 rungs at a time? In the first place, the elder Pepper was a clinical physician of exceptional abilities, but more than this, intellectually he was a son of the great Louis, one of that band of much-loved American students whom Louis sent to their homes with high ideals, with good methods of work, and with a devoted admiration of their chief. The talk at home, while young Pepper was a medical student, must often have been of the old teacher, of his ways and works, of his noble character, and of his loving heart. The father's mental attitude had been molded finally by Louis, and the son's early work shows deep traces of the same influence. Indeed, all through life the clinical manner and habits of thought of the younger Pepper were much more French than English or German. In this respect he differed widely from his contemporaries, who became dominated by the Vienna and Berlin schools. Dr. Pepper, Sr., died a few months after his son's graduation, leaving him a moderate competency and the example of a life devoted to all that was highest in our profession. It is interesting to note that the two diseases portrayed most skillfully by Louis, typhoid fever and phthisis, were those which both the elder and the younger Pepper studied with special ardor. For more than a century the Pennsylvania Hospital has been the nursing mother, the pia mater, of the kings of the clinic in Philadelphia, but in the long list of medical officers given in Morton's history of that institution, you can find no young man who made his connection with the hospital so immediately productive as William Pepper. In it I find the second potent factor in his rapid professional development. In the summer following his graduation, he served temporarily as apothecary. In 1865 he was elected one of the resident physicians, and had as a colleague his friend Edward Rhodes. On the completion of his service he was appointed pathologist to the hospital and curator of the museum, positions which he held for 4 years. He immediately threw all his energies into the study of morbid anatomy, and in 1868 was appointed lecturer on the subject in the university. Making autopsies, working in the museum, studying tumors and microscopic specimens, his time could not have been more fortunately spent, for in these early years he thus obtained a knowledge of morbid anatomy which stood him in good stead when time became more precious and engagements numerous. Throughout his entire career this work lent accuracy and firmness to his diagnosis. He never forgot the value of morbid anatomy, nor the debt which he owed to it. I have known few practitioners more keen or more successful in obtaining permission for autopsies. Very often he would send an especially interesting specimen to my laboratory, knowing that I would gladly get it ready for his clinic. Quite early in my association with him, I saw that he had served an apprenticeship in the dead house. He could come into the clinic and pick up a heart which he had never seen, but only felt and heard, and go at once to the seat of the disease. The descriptive catalogue of the Pathological Museum at the Pennsylvania Hospital was issued in 1869, and while a large portion was from the pen of Dr. Morton, every page bears witness to the careful and thorough manner with which Dr. Pepper had worked over the specimens. The early volumes of the Transactions of the Pathological Society attest his zeal in this study. As the third powerful element in his progress, I place his association with Dr. John Forsyth Meigs in the revision of the well-known work, The Diseases of Children. The third edition had appeared in 1858. The fourth edition, by Meigs and Pepper, was practically a new work. Dr. Meigs was an exceedingly busy man, and the bulk of the revision fell to his junior. The descriptions of disease were admirable, the pathology well up to date, and the authors broke away in a remarkable manner from many of the traditions and routines of old-time practice. If you compare Meigs and Pepper of 1870 with the third edition, or with the contemporary books on the same subject, you will see what a radical work it was for that date. To one section of the edition we may turn with special interest, namely to diseases of the cecum and appendix. Nowhere in literature, I believe, before 1870 is the importance of the appendix so fully recognized, or is there so good a description of the results of perforation. One cannot but regret that no edition of this work appeared after the sixth in 1877. The experience gained by Pepper, while still a very young man, in the preparation of this work, was of incalculable value. It familiarized him with the literature, gave him an insight into the art of book-making, brought him into close personal contact with a man with remarkable medical instincts, and altogether was a circumstance which, I think, may be justly regarded as one of the three most powerful influences during the formative period of his career. Indeed, in many quarters, Dr. William Pepper, Jr., as he used to be called, really never got the credit for the association with Meigs in the work on Diseases of Children. For years I had the impression that it was his father who was the joint author of the work, and even quite recently, since Dr. Pepper's death, I heard a man well versed in medical literature and interested in diseases of children express great surprise that the Pepper of Meigs and Pepper was the late provost of the university. In 1870 the Philadelphia Medical Times was started, but the health of Edward Rhodes, who had been selected as editor, had failed so rapidly that the opening of the new enterprise was entrusted to his friend, William Pepper, who brought out the first 12 numbers of the journal and then transferred the editorship to the late James H. Hutchinson. I have glanced over Volume 1 to glean indication of Pepper's early work. Among 5 or 6 contributions, 2 are of particular interest, as they indicate the sort of work this young man was doing in clinical medicine. At page 274 is recorded a case of cirrhosis of the pylorus with dilatation of the stomach, an ordinary enough case nowadays, but one which has gone into literature and is often quoted on 2 counts. First, the accurate study of the peristalsis of the stomach wall, which was visible, and made the subject of very careful electrical experiment, and secondly, the practical point of using the stomach tube, at that date a novel procedure, and, so far as I know, not previously practiced in America, in cases of the kind. The other contribution, still frequently referred to in the literature on progressive muscular atrophy of the pseudo-hypertrophic type, is one of the most exhaustive contributions to the subject made up to that date, and is a model of accurate clinical and anatomical study. An advertisement in a supplement to one of the numbers gives us an idea of the sort of work he was doing at this time in teaching. In conjunction with H.C. Wood, Jr., he announces a course of practical medicine at the Philadelphia Hospital to extend throughout the months of April, May, and June. They announce that between them they have 175 patients under their care. Dr. Pepper was to meet the class at 8 a.m. on Tuesday, and Dr. Wood at 9:30 a.m. on Friday. It seems to me that for so young a man, Pepper had a great deal of good sense to have avoided the pitfalls of medical journalism. He must have seen at an early date that to be successful in it meant practically the sacrifice of everything else. By the end of December, 1870, young Pepper, then only a little past 27 years of age, already had a well-established reputation as a teacher and worker. I do not know of another instance in the profession in which a man at his time of life had made so favorable a start. From this date on, we may divide his life into 3 periods: to 1881, when he was appointed provost at the University, his provostship, 1881 to 94, and the short period since his resignation from that office. 2. The decade from 1871 to 1880 demonstrated that a man of men, to use a phrase of Milton's, had arisen in the profession in Philadelphia, a man with both Geist and Go, one who could not only blow a trumpet blast loud enough to awaken the slumbering conservatives of his native city, but could command a following which enabled him, in spite of all opposition, to set on foot much-needed reforms. As illustrating his activity during this period, I can allude, and only briefly, to 3 important pieces of work. The removal of the University to West Philadelphia doubtless made her friends aware of the possibilities of the situation. In the medical school, then a relatively much more important section, the plans had been organized for well-equipped buildings and laboratories in West Philadelphia. An exceedingly judicious plan, for which I do not know whether Pepper was solely responsible, but one in which he had his whole heart, was the organization of a hospital to be under the control of the faculty and trustees. Blockley was within a stone's throw of the new buildings of the medical school, and its rich stores of material were available, but it was a very wise and far-seeing scheme which regarded the clinical equipment as an integral part of a medical school which should be under the immediate supervision of the faculty. For many years it was a hard struggle to make both ends meet, and even when I joined the faculty of the University in 1884, the hospital was constantly in need of funds, and much besides. One thing it never lacked: hopefulness on the part of Dr. Pepper, who never for a moment consented to look at the dark side of the picture, always saw a few years ahead, predicted success in the days when the debt was the greatest, and with many other schemes on hand, he never let an opportunity slip of forwarding the interests of that part of the institution which he loved perhaps better than any other. In 1881, the Vice Provost, in an address at the inauguration of Dr. Pepper as Provost, expressed the popular feeling as follows: "To him who has pleaded for mercy to the helpless sick, as a lover would plead his own cause, who, working with other men of good will, took by tacit election the headship among them, who has touched with a master hand the springs of influence, to him public esteem has given the wreath as the moral architect of our hospital." It is gratifying to think that he lived to see it placed on a solid basis of success, with the maternity department splendidly organized, the Pepper Clinic Laboratory, which he himself gave in memory of his father, the Center for High-Class Work, and the new Nurses' Home and the Agnew Wing in full operation. Were I asked to name the most satisfactory single piece of work in Dr. Pepper's life, I should say unhesitatingly that which related to the promotion of higher medical education. This little volume contains 2 addresses, one delivered October 1, 1877, the other October 2, 1893. They represent a forecast and a retrospect. At the time of the removal of the university to West Philadelphia, the university faculty was a strong one, but it contained a number of men who were saturated with old-time prejudices, and who were bitterly opposed to any change in the methods of medical education. Once before, in 1846, the university had made an attempt to elevate the standard of medical education, but unsuccessfully. In 1871, the Harvard medical faculty had been taken in hand and reorganized so that the example had been set, but there was probably no school in the Union in which the outlook for reform was thought to be less hopeful than at the university. The struggle was a hard one. The brunt of it fell upon the young men, more particularly upon Pepper, who was the very head and front of the new movement. The plan of reorganization was not carried without much bitterness. Indeed, it looked at one time as though the faculty would split, as Professor Rogers, who did resign, very nearly carried with him several strong colleagues. As Dr. Pepper says in his second address, speaking of the inauguration of the new system in 1877, "We thought too, alas, of the long and painful controversy, lasting almost 5 years, over the proposition to again elevate our standard of medical education, and of how the end had been attained only at the cost of old friendships and of the allegiance of valued associates whose convictions remained unchanged as to the injury that should be worked to the university by the proposed advance." The movement was immediately successful, and the changes then made were but precursors to other more radical advances. It was always a source of great gratification to Pepper to feel that the plans for which he had worked so hard had been crowned with such success. Years hence, these 2 addresses, with their appendices, will be regarded as perhaps the most valuable single contributions to the literature of the phenomenal education movement through which we have lived during the last quarter of the 19th century. The third event of which I spoke was the organization of the medical department of the Centennial Exposition of 1876. I only mention it as one which gave him an opportunity to demonstrate how strong were his executive abilities. In 1881, Pepper was elected provost of the University of Pennsylvania. The feeling was unanimous that he was the man in whose hands the destiny of the institution would at any rate be safe, but no one could have predicted such a decade of development as took place under his management. The material progress is indicated by an increase in the acreage in West Philadelphia from 15 to 52. The number of students increased from 981 to 2,180, and the fees of the students during the same period more than trebled. I do not know that there has been an instance of such remarkable growth in any university in this country, unless it has been in a newly established one, such as the University of Chicago. That the university today occupies a position in the very first rank of educational institutions is due to the energy of William Pepper. Passing without further comment the work of his provostship, since this has been dealt upon with great fullness in various obituary notices, I may here refer to several important undertakings during this period. There had never been published in this country a composite work by native writers corresponding to the System of Medicine by Reynolds or to Ziemssen's Encyclopedia. A circular was issued in November 1881 to the joint authors, but it was more than 3 years subsequently before the first volume of the system was issued. The 5 volumes were then published in rapid succession, the 5th appearing in 1886. While unequal, as all such systems must necessarily be, it remains a great work, and contains articles which have become classical in American literature. It proved to be perhaps the most successful venture ever made in this country by a medical publishing company, and it extended widely the reputation of the editor. For many years, those of us whose work lay in the special field of medicine had felt that a society was needed in which we could meet our fellows in the same line of work. As early as 1881 I had written to Dr. Tyson, shortly after my first visit to Philadelphia, urging the organization of such a body, but it was not until the winter of 1885-6 that the initial steps were taken to form the Association of American Physicians. I remember well, in the preliminary meetings, how by tacit consent Dr. Pepper assumed the headship, and in formulating the details and in arranging the final organization, his executive abilities made the work very easy. A few years later a much more difficult scheme was engineered by him to a successful issue in the welding of the various special societies into the Triennial Congress of American Physicians and Surgeons. Much of the success of the first meeting in 1888 was due to the admirable manner in which, as chairman of the executive committee, he shaped the policy of the organization. One astonishing feature in his character was the intense energy and enthusiasm with which he threw himself into these and similar schemes. Letters of suggestion here, of advice in another quarter, conferences, caucuses, as if indeed he had nothing else on his mind, nothing to do but the business at hand. He always appeared at a meeting prepared, knowing exactly what was needed, and, as I have said, took the headship by tacit consent, and the business was put through in a way not always seen in gatherings of medical men. For many years Dr. Pepper had advocated a closer union between the United States and the Latin American republics, the commercial and intellectual relations of which he maintained should be with this country rather than with Europe. He gave practical expression to the conviction by organizing the first Pan-American Medical Congress, of which he was president, and by interesting the governments of the South American states in his commercial museum. Though a chief promoter both of the Association of American Physicians and of the Congress of American Physicians and Surgeons, he was a warm advocate of the claims of the National Association, the meetings of which he very often attended, and in the success of which he was deeply interested. Of late years the extraordinary calls upon his time made attendance upon medical societies very difficult, and more than once he has expressed to me his deep regret that unavoidable engagements either prevented it altogether or made his visits hurried and unsatisfactory. For some years before his formal resignation of the provostship, Dr. Pepper had felt that he had done as much as any one man could, and that it was in the interest of the university that he should give way to someone else. It was his hope, I know, to be able to resign at the end of his 10 years' service, but circumstances delayed his action until 1894. But it was not for rest or for any warning that he was doing too much that he asked to be relieved from the cares of the university. Other great schemes had been absorbing his energies. For years he had been impressed with the importance of museums and collections. The Wistar Museum of Anatomy had been a source of great satisfaction. In 1891 he undertook the establishment of the Archaeological and Paleontological Museums. The strong personal interest which he took in archaeology encouraged his friends to hope that he had at last found a hobby which might divert him from more trying duties. He could talk on the outlook in Babylonia, buttonholing some local divas and impressing him with the need of their last university expedition, as though he had no other interest in life. To the next man it was of the wonderful finds in Florida or Peru, and of their great importance in the history of the early races of this continent. It was extraordinary how he could warm up in talking of these and allied subjects, and his quick, receptive mind and retentive memory enabled him to grasp the important points in the problem to be attacked. For a quarter of a century he devoted his marvelous energies to the University of Pennsylvania, believing that in serving her he could best serve his city and state. The last years of his life were given to promote the material and intellectual welfare of his native town. The success of the museum schemes gave courage to his ambition, and he began the organization of the Commercial and Economic Museum, of which he was president at the time of his death. His desire was to see about the University of Pennsylvania a great group of museums which would not only illustrate the past and present history of man in all his relations, but which would reflect the commercial and economic aspect of his present activities, and particularly one in which the raw and manufactured products of the world would be represented, a place in which the business man of Pennsylvania could be put in touch with producer or consumer in any country. An immense scheme, involving millions of dollars, it was advanced to a stage in which not only is success assured, but in which people are beginning to appreciate what a boon has been bestowed on a great manufacturing city. And then, as if such a colossal enterprise were not sufficient to keep him busy, he undertook the organization of a free library for Philadelphia. It was no doubt through his influence that his uncle had given $250,000 for the purpose. This library was very near to his heart, and its remarkable success in so short a time was, he told me, a source of the keenest pride. Not long before his death he secured a bequest of $1 million for a public art gallery. From this hurried sketch you may get an idea of the ceaseless energy and activity of his life, but it would be very incomplete without some specific reference to his work as a practicing physician. The medical profession in every country has produced men of affairs of the first rank, men who have risen high in the councils of nations, but with scarcely an exception the practice of medicine has not been compatible with such duties. So absorbing are the cares of the general practitioner or the successful consultant that he has but little time to mingle in outside affairs, and the few who enter public life do so with many backward glances at the consulting room, and with well-grounded forebodings of disaster to professional work. But Dr. Pepper maintained to the end the closest relations with the profession, both as a consultant and a teacher. To me, one of the most remarkable features of his life is the conscientiousness with which he attended to a large and exacting practice. That amid such multifarious cares and duties he should have been able to maintain an undiminished activity in his calling is perhaps the greatest tribute to his genius. As a teacher his forte was in the amphitheatre, where he displayed precision in diagnosis, great lucidity in the presentation of a complicated case, and a judicious and thorough knowledge of the resources of our art. Naturally, as he became more and more involved in outside affairs, he became less able to contribute important papers to medical literature. but a glance through the files of the American Journal of the Medical Sciences and the Transactions of the Association of American Physicians shows during the past 10 years a large number of very valuable contributions, many of them in collaboration with younger men. The journal literature of the same period is full of more ephemeral contributions in the form of clinical lectures. I have already referred to several important early contributions. Among others of special importance I may mention his studies on pernicious anemia, the first made, I believe, by any physician in this country, and his contributions to Addison's disease. In tuberculosis he always took a very warm interest. For many years he was supposed to be a victim of pulmonary tuberculosis, and indeed the autopsy showed that he had a healed patch of the disease in one lung. In lectures and in numerous general articles he dwelt upon the great importance of the disease. One of his most interesting contributions was on the local treatment of cavities in the lungs. He also made an extensive investigation into the subject of pulmonary tuberculosis in the state of Pennsylvania. Diseases of the stomach and intestines were always favorite subjects of study. His papers on appendicitis were of special value, particularly those upon the relapsing form of the disease. His work on pulmonary tuberculosis early led him to make careful inquiries into the climate of different sections of the country, and few members of the profession had a more accurate knowledge of the subject. He was a strong believer in the value of the mineral springs of this country, and some years ago, with Dr. Deland, he collected an enormous amount of material which was the basis for his Report on the Mineral Springs of America. In 1893 he edited the American Textbook of Medicine, which had a large sale and served to keep his name prominently before the profession. 3. As a man, the late Provost formed a most interesting study, and as I had such a warm appreciation of his character, I may, in the privilege of friendship, say a few words of a more personal nature. I remember as though it were yesterday the occasion of our first meeting in 1881. I had come to Philadelphia to look over the museums and hospitals. I was much impressed with his cordiality, the ease of his manner, the freshness and elasticity of his mind. He was just starting to his lecture, and I was delighted to accompany him. For years I had not listened to a clinic so well and so artistically planned and conducted with such readiness. I did not see him again until I became his colleague. In 5 years of pleasant fellowship in the faculty of the University of Pennsylvania, I remember to have been seriously vexed with him but once, and that was on account of my confrère, Howard Kelly. A number of us had backed that Kensington colt, as we called him in those days. I forget for what appointment. I only remember that I was very keen about it at the time. At the last moment Pepper entered a dark horse who won easily, to our great chagrin. To my warm expostulations he listened with great patience, but after about 5 minutes of that delightful persuasiveness which was so freely at his command, I left him not only with all bitterness assuaged, but almost sorry that I had not supported his candidate. In Athens he would have been called a sophist, and I do not deny that he could, when the occasion demanded, play old Belial and make the worst appear the better cause to perplex and darken maturest counsel, but how artistically he could do it! His faults? I am not here either to portray or to defend them. They say best men are molded out of faults, and for the most become much and more the better for being a little bad. He was human, and to those of a man he added the failings of a college president. To some sedate Philadelphians he seemed a modern Machiavelli, but a man engaged in vast schemes with many clashing interests is sure to be misunderstood and to arouse sharp hostility in many quarters. The average citizen, if he does not understand, is very apt to dread or to dislike a new Ulysses. In many ways the American is the modern Greek, particularly in that power of thinking and acting which was the strongest Hellenic characteristic. Born and bred in one of the most conservative of cities, surrounded by men who loved the old order and who hated change, or even the suggestion of it, Pepper displayed from the outset an adaptability and flexibility truly Grecian. He was preeminently a man of felicities and facilities, to use a somewhat flash but most suitable phrase. Matthew Arnold's comment upon the happy and gracious flexibility which was so incarnate in Pericles has often occurred to me in thinking of the character of the late Provost. Lucidity of thought, clearness and propriety of language, freedom from prejudice, freedom from stiffness, openness of mind, and amiability of manner. There was another Grecian feature which must not be lost sight of. You remember in the Timaeus how the Egyptian priest said to Solon, "You Hellenes are never anything but children. There is not an old man among you. In mind you are all young." To the very last there was a youthful hopefulness and buoyancy of spirits about Pepper that supported him in many trials and troubles. I never knew him despondent or despairing. If things looked dark, if plans and projects on which his heart was set had miscarried, he kept the disappointment with a smile which robbed it of half its power. The persistency of this buoyant hopefulness often wore out the most obstinate opposition. In fact, it was irresistible. Nor was it the hopefulness which we condemn as visionary, but a resourceful hopefulness, based on confidence in himself, and, most valuable quality of all, capable of inspiring confidence in others. Nor must I neglect to bear testimony to his inherent kindliness of heart. Busy and prosperous, and so much absorbed in large projects, and with the care of lives very important in a community, a great physician is apt to slight the calls of the poor and needy, whose lives are of importance only to themselves. Necessarily his contact with such is in the hospital wards. The family physician has not a monopoly of the charity work. The consultant has often to take a share, and with his large and varied associations Pepper had an unusual number of calls upon his time and sympathy, as well as upon his purse, and to all he responded with a gracious liberality. Only a year or two ago an instance came to my notice which illustrated his kindness. From one of the lower counties of Maryland, one of those sad wrecks which the little red schoolhouse is apt to make of women had been under Pepper's care at the University Hospital. She had improved very much, had been able to return to work, but after a time had again broken down. She had written to him for advice. In reply, he urged her to put herself under my care at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, which was much more accessible, and he offered to give her a note of introduction to me. I was much impressed by the kindly tone of the letter, which was written with his own hand, an unusual event in his later years, and full of consideration and sympathy. Not endowed, it was supposed, with a very strong constitution, the wonder is that he should have been able to do so much and to live so long. The bridle of Thiegs, an inherited or acquired delicateness which has often proved in its possessor a blessing to the race, was no check-rein to him, and I have heard him say that he preferred the life of a salmon to that of the turtle. Though premature in one sense, his death came after he had seen fulfilled the desire of his eyes, and to the rich life which he had lived the future could have added but little, though doubtless his restless spirit would have driven him into fresh fields. The reformation of medical education, the reorganization of the University of Pennsylvania, the establishment of a great commercial museum and a free library, these and a score of minor plans he had either seen completed or well under way. Surely if ever a man could sing a Nunc Dimittis, it was William Pepper. But as no man liveth, so no man dieth to himself, and we may mourn with those who shared his inner life, and who so generously gave so much of it to us of the profession and to the public. For them we feel his loss to be irreparable, his death to be premature. For them we could have wished an extension of his time to the psalmist's limit. I have no desire to criticize the method of his life. Exceptional men cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The stress and strain of 30 years told severely on his arteries, and for 2 or 3 years there had been unmistakable warnings in attacks of angina pectoris. He kept at work with vigor unabated until the spring, when he had signs of dilatation of the heart with bronchitis and dyspnea. The last time I saw him, in May 1898, I think, he was in bed, improving rapidly, he said, and very cheerful, talking much of his plans, particularly of the Commercial Museum and of the library. He spoke of a proposed visit to the Pacific coast, and of the good it was sure to do him. Then came the sad announcement of his death in California, a shock to all his friends, since, with the discretion which we doctors often exercise, the secret of his serious attacks had been well kept. I may be permitted to quote 1 or 2 extracts from a letter from his physician who was with him at the time. He died at 8 in the evening with a copy of Treasure Island in his hands. At 7 I had left him gazing upon Mount Diablo, shadowed in the gathering darkness. I was called at 8, and found him in the attitude and with the expression of angor animi from which he never roused. He had suffered a few months before with cardiac dilatation. At the time of his death he was recovering the lost compensation, and appeared on the clear road to recovery. He had said a few days before, "The battle has been won." Throughout his illness he exhibited the most perfect disposition and the greatest patience and forbearance. The fatal attack was, I think, about the 7th, extending over a period of 3 years. The last previous attack was in April, at the time he was lecturing upon angina pectoris. He knew that the end must come some day, but he did not expect it so soon. I have never seen so beautiful a nature in sickness. His conduct and disposition were worthy of Marcus Aurelius. With such a book as Treasure Island in his hand, we can imagine that the great enchanter of the Pacific had filled his mind with the possibilities of peace and quiet, so long denied him, possibilities turned instantly to realities with the summons to the peace and quiet of an eternal rest. Some lines of the same writer express both the spirit in which William Pepper utilized his time in the service of his fellow men and the chief lesson of his life to us who survive. "Contend, my soul, for moments and for hours. Each is with service pregnant, each reclaimed is as a kingdom conquered, where to reign." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Alfred Stille. I doubt not that every fellow of this college had a feeling of thankfulness mingled with a sort of pride that Alfred Stille was spared so long to grace and adorn our society. His venerable presence was itself a sort of benediction, his culture a refining influence, and there was about him a certain niceness of nature, an honest haughtiness and self-esteem, which well became his position and his years. The college has had fellows more distinguished, men who have filled a wider space in our annals, and who have been more closely identified with her history. But it would be hard to name a fellow in the past half-century who was more deeply interested in her welfare, more appreciative of her needs, or one upon whom was a richer anointing of the spirit of the fathers. I feel it a special privilege to be allowed to act as the mouthpiece of my colleagues in expressing our sense of the value of his work and the lessons of his life. The physician of the last century, whose flouriet came in the 4th, 5th, and 6th decades, is of all men the most to be envied. Coming out of the wilderness in which we had wandered for 2,000 years, he entered the Promised Land, and under the leadership of Laennec and Louis, of Skoda and of Virchow, he saw the heathen dispossessed, and the profession at last enter upon a heritage of scientific medicine. 1. Born in 1815, Dr. Stille began his life work with the generation which saw the new pathology and the new clinical methods. To this accident of the time of birth were added favoring social and local surroundings. Like Sir Thomas Browne, he could lift up one hand to heaven that he was born of honest parents, and that modesty, humility, patience, and veracity lay in the same egg and came into the world with him. With Milton, he could feel that his endowments were happily not the worse for 40 degrees of northern latitude. Among his papers are several interesting autobiographical fragments relating to this period. After joining in the conic section rebellion at Yale, which led to the retirement of one half of the class, he seems to have had for a time a leaning toward the law. During the years of probation, he says, I tested the strength of my partiality for a medical career by some medical reading, including Bell's Anatomy and Bichat's General Anatomy, and attending the anatomical instruction at the Jefferson Medical College. In this last I was joined by my friend Mandeville, who was at that time already a student of law. I was induced to pursue these anatomical studies at the Jefferson College by Dr. George McClellan, who was then attending my sister Sarah for a tedious ailment, and also by the reputation of the professor of anatomy in that institution, Dr. Granville Sharp Pattison. He was certainly a most eloquent teacher, and he made the dry subject interesting by mixing with pure anatomy a good deal of physiology and surgery, and even a dash of poetry. I shall never forget his lecture upon the skull, in which he recited with admirable feeling the famous lines of Byron beginning, "Is this a place where a god might dwell?" Indeed, the charm of Pattison's lectures was his enthusiasm, tempered and guided by cultivation. His voice was flexible and sonorous, though not loud, and his manner intensely earnest, but never violent. While I attended his lectures, I also began the study of practical anatomy in the new and admirably constructed dissecting room of the same college, and pursued it with much enthusiasm in company with Mandeville. The best of luck awaited him when, in 1835-6, he became house physician at Blockley, under W. W. Gerhard, a clinical teacher of the very first rank, and fresh from the wards of the great French physician Louis. He was much indebted, too, to Pennock, of whom he has left the following appreciative sketch. Meanwhile I studied physical exploration and diagnosis with Dr. Pennock, who, besides having been associated with Dr. Gerhard in his fever studies, also devoted himself specially to diseases of the heart. I had assisted him in, or been present at, some of the experiments on sheep which he performed to demonstrate the mechanism of the heart's action, and now at the hospital I was instructed by him in the clinical diagnosis of heart disease by physical methods. He was a man who united with a rare enthusiasm in the study of the heart's function and diseases, and indeed in whatever he undertook, a transparent honesty and innocency of character, and a generous ardor of benevolence that made him beloved as well as admired. He was in nearly all respects, in contrast with his friend Gerhard, who was frequently satirical, devoid of sentiment or imagination, and equally so of strong personal attachments. No doubt Gerhard was the more intellectual man, but Pennock was the nobler of the two. His chief contribution to medical literature, besides his collaboration with Gerhard in the essay on typhus, was an edition of Hope's Treatise on the Heart, to which he added much that was valuable, including the experiments performed by Moore and himself. It is remarkable that both of these men were arrested in their professional career not by death but disease. From about 1850, Gerhard suffered from disease within the cranium, which, although it did not render him a paralytic or an imbecile, extinguished every spark of his ambition and caused a permanent halt in his acquisition of knowledge. He repeated over and over again his old lectures, but added to them nothing new. In 1863 he did indeed record his observations of epidemic meningitis, but this was, I think, the only occasion of his revival. In remarks made at the dinner given on the occasion of his retirement from the chair of medicine, Dr. Stille referred to his two teachers in the following words: "While still a medical student, two of my fellow townsmen returned from abroad glowing with the fire they had caught in Paris, the then acknowledged center of medical science. Gerhard and Pennock were the apostles of the school of observation, under whose preaching I became a zealous convert. As soon as it was possible, I hastened to the enchanted scene of their European labors." I have written much and talked more on the subject of Louis and his band of American pupils, of whom Stille was a good representative. The mantle of Laennec fell upon Louis, who seems to have had in singular measure the gift of inspiring enthusiasm in his students and a touching personal devotion. No European teacher has ever appreciated more highly his transatlantic pupils, and not one has ever had a more distinguished band of followers. Oliver Wendell Holmes said that he had learned three things in Paris: not to take authority when I can have facts, not to guess when I can know, and not to think a man must take physic because he is sick. It seemed to me that this group of young fellows brought back from Paris, first, an appreciation of the value of method and accuracy in the study of the phenomena of disease; secondly, a profound and at the time a much needed distrust of drugs; and thirdly, a Gallic refinement and culture which stamped them, one and all, as unusual men. Let me name the list over as given to me by Stille himself. From Boston: James Jackson, Jr., H. I. Bowditch, O. W. Holmes, George C. Shattuck, Jr., John C. Warren, then past middle age, John Mason Warren, and John D. Fisher. From Philadelphia: George W. Norris, William W. Gerhard, Caspar W. Pennock, Thomas Stewardson, Alfred Stille, Thomas D. Mutter, E. Campbell Stewart, Charles Bell Gibson, John B. Biddle, David H. Tucker. Baltimore: William Power, see Biography of Charles Frick in Gross's Lives. Charleston: C. S. Gibbs, Peter C. Galliard, Pyre Porcher. Virginia: J. L. Cabell, L. S. Joines, Randolph. New York: John A. Swett, Abraham Dubois, Alonzo Clark, Charles L. Mitchell, Punnett, Charles D. Smith, Valentine Mott, Sr. In addition, Edward Peace, Meredith Clymer, William P. Johnston, W. S. W. Ruschenberger, and John T. Metcalf. There were many others, of course, some before Louis' day, as Samuel G. Morton, who was Laennec's most distinguished American pupil, and some of those mentioned as Meredith Clymer, Ultimus Romanorum, and Metcalf, just gone, who did not come so directly under Louis' influence, but were pupils of Chomel and Andral. 2. Method and accuracy were from the first characteristic of Dr. Stille's work. He played an interesting part in that splendid contribution of American medicine to the differentiation of typhus and typhoid fever. I will let him tell the story in his own words. In a manuscript he says: "The year 1836 is memorable for an epidemic of typhus, T. petechialis, which prevailed in the district of the city, which is the usual seat of epidemics caused or aggravated by crowding, viz., south of Spruce and between 4th and 10th Street. A great many of the poor creatures living in that overcrowded region, and who were attacked with typhus, were brought to the Philadelphia Hospital, where I had charge of one of the wards assigned to them. I had the great good fortune to study these cases under Dr. Gerhard. His permanent reputation rests upon the papers published by him in Hayes's Journal, in which he fully established the essential differences between this disease and typhoid fever. All the original material he obtained in this country for determining the symptomatology of typhus was gathered by him during this epidemic, but his first studies of the disease had been made in Great Britain. The contrasted picture of typhoid fever was composed of the features he had become familiar with while studying that disease as a favored pupil of Louis in Paris, so that he may be said to have been the first to meet the two diseases face to face, with a full acquaintance with one of them and a daily increasing knowledge of the other. On a small scale I went through the same experience, for I had grown familiar with typhoid fever while following Gerhard's clinical instructions in the Pennsylvania hospital the year before, and at every step of my study of typhus in the wards and post mortem revealed new contrasts between the two diseases, so that I felt surprised that the British physicians should have continued to confound them. I was very diligent in making clinical notes and dissections, spending many hours every day in the presence of the disease. I, however, escaped its contagion, while several others of the resident physicians suffered attacks of it, one of which, I think, ended fatally. I look upon that arduous and even dangerous experience as one of my most valuable clinical lessons. In the draft of a letter dated February 1862, found among his papers, entitled Refutation of A. F. Stewart's Claims about Typhus and Typhoid Fevers, there is the following account. It is known that the question had already been conclusively solved by Drs. Pennock and Gerhard of Philadelphia in 1837, whose essay upon it was published in the February and August numbers for that year of the American Journal of the Medical Sciences, republished in the Dublin Journal of Medical Science, September 1837, page 148, analyzed in the London Medico-Chirurgical Review for October 1837, page 553, and translated in a Parisian medical journal, L'Expérience, in 1838. The writer of the present communication, having had the advantage of observing the typhus epidemic in the Blockley Hospital under the physicians just named, afterward made a special study of typhoid fever in the wards of M. Louis in Paris, and had opportunities of observing typhus with Volpes in Naples, Tweedy in London, Allison in Edinburgh, and Graves in Dublin. The results of these observations were contained in a paper, of which Valleix speaks as follows: in an unpublished memoir of Dr. Stille, an interne of Dr. Gerhard during the prevalence of the epidemic in Philadelphia, which was read before the Medical Society of Observation, September 14 and 28, 1838, and which we have before us, the two diseases are compared, symptom by symptom and lesion by lesion, and apart from the phenomena of fever common to all febrile affections, the opposite of what is observed in the one is sure to be presented in the other. Archives Générales, February 1839, page 213. Among other conclusions reached by Valleix is the following: English and American typhus is a different disease from typhoid fever. A few months later, Archives Générales, October 1839, page 25 and page 129, the same physician published an analysis of 13 cases of typhus observed in London by Dr. G.C. Shattuck of Boston, fully confirming the conclusion just stated. A paper founded on the same cases is also contained in the Philadelphia Medical Examiner for February 1840, page 133. It was after the whole of these publications, viz. in April 1840, that Dr. Stewart first communicated his observations to the Parisian Medical Society, and they were not published until October of the same year. His apparent want of candor, therefore, in the paragraph above quoted from his communication to the Times and Gazette, is, for his own sake, very much to be regretted. I am fortunately able to show you the manuscript of Dr. Stille's paper, which, with that of Shattuck, made a strong impression on the French physicians, who still clung to the view that there was but one disease. It is a pity that this admirable paper has never been printed. A casual glance over the headings will give you an idea of the fullness and accuracy with which these able young fellows had worked out the differences between these two great diseases. Gerhard and Pennock, Stille and Shattuck, appear to have been the first to fully grasp their essential clinical distinctions, and to appreciate their merit one has only to read the British writings on fever at this period. Some years later A.F. Stewart did good work in the same line, and later still Jenner made his important study. But that in the first edition of Bartlett on Fevers, 1842, the two diseases should have been considered apart is the best testimony to the rapidity with which the new views were received in this country. Between 2 and 3 years of study in Europe gave Dr. Stille a fine training for his life work. Returning to Philadelphia, he began practice, wrote for the journals, taught students, and gradually there came to him reputation and recognition. After lecturing on pathology and the practice of medicine in the Philadelphia Association for Medical Instruction, he was elected in 1854 to the chair of practice in the Pennsylvania Medical College. In 1864 he succeeded Dr. Pepper, primus, in the chair of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. While always a student, he was no hermit, but from the start took a deep interest in the general welfare of the profession. He was the first secretary of the American Medical Association and president in 1867. The local societies recognized his work and worth, and he became president of the pathological and of the county medical societies, and in 1885 he took the chair of our ancient and honorable body. He was from the outset of his career a strong advocate for higher medical education, and from 1846, the date of his first address on the subject, to 1897, the date of his last, he pleaded for better preliminary training and for longer sessions. No one rejoiced more in the new departure of the university in 1876, and he was a consistent advocate of advanced methods of teaching. Dr. Stille's medical writings show on every page the influence of his great master. His first important work, The Elements of General Pathology, 1848, was based on the modern researches, and every chapter echoed with his favorite motto, Tota ars medica est in observationibus. I must quote one sentence from the introductory essay on Medical Truth. But we assert that there is a genius, not a speculative, not a poetical, not a mere fantastic faculty, but a practical genius, which is, to say the least, a far more rare endowment than that just mentioned, a power which is capable of penetrating into all things within our reach and knowledge, and of distinguishing their essential differences. It creates nothing, it does not even invent anything, it only sees things as they are, and discovers truth in what it sees. For the truth, as we are told by Rousseau, is in things and not in our minds, and the less of ourselves we introduce into our judgments, the nearer we shall approach to truth. Such was the genius of Hippocrates, of Sydenham, of Morgagni, of Haller, of Laennec, of Abercrombie, of Hunter, of Bichat, of Sir Astley Cooper. Such is that of Andral, of Chomel, of Louis, of Cruveilhier, of Brodie, of Graves. These men saw relations among the phenomena of diseases which were invisible to less gifted men. And having seen them by virtue of their genius, they did not stop there and build up a theory upon them, assuming them to be true, but immediately applied themselves to discover whether they had seen correctly. They tested their inspirations by observation and experiment, and when they found them unable to bear these tests, they rejected them as delusions, as idle dreams, not even worth remembering. But when, on the other hand, they found them confirmed, they gave credit not to the original penetration which had guessed at the truth, but to the series of facts which had established it. Apart from numerous smaller articles in the journals, there are two important monographs by Dr. Stille, one on cerebrospinal meningitis and the other on cholera. In addition, two minor studies were on dysentery in the publications of the United States Sanitary Commission and on erysipelas. The work on cerebral spinal fever is a model of accurate systematic study based on a large series of cases seen in the Philadelphia hospital and upon an exhaustive analysis of the literature. The work on cholera is of the same kind. To a generation of lesser writers they have served as unfailing sources of trustworthy information. Estimated by bulk, the most important of Dr. Stille's work are the Materia Medica and Therapeutics and the National Dispensatory. It was always a mystery to me how a man with his training and type of mind could have undertaken such colossal, and one would have thought, uncongenial tasks. He was not so deeply imbued with skepticism as some of his contemporaries. Of him it could scarcely have been said, as of Jacob Bigelow by Professor Peabody, that his qualifications to teach therapeutics were on par with those of a learned Mohammedan to teach Christian exegesis. Dr. Stille's attitude on the question of therapeutics was very sane. In illustration, let me quote one or two sentences. Of therapeutics we may say what has been said of the legislative powers of a state. We cannot assign definite and immutable limits to them, or lay down inflexible rules for their use. The treatment of every case of sickness must be determined ultimately for and by itself, tentatively by skilled men, and as their practical sagacity may determine, while they bear in mind that the virtues of a medicine depend less upon its intrinsic properties and powers than on the sagacity of the physician who administers it, just as the efficiency of firearms depends less upon the explosives and the missile they contain than on the judgment and accuracy of aim of the man who discharges them. He had grasped the great truth that the art as an art has its true and only foundation in clinical medicine. In his valedictory address, 1884, he said, "I have devoted whatever knowledge and skill I possess to the simple, if difficult, task of knowing and curing diseases. I have striven, in season and perhaps out of season, to impress upon you that medicine is first of all an art, but an art that can only be successfully practiced when the physician is able to recognize the individual diseases he must meet with in practice, and distinguish from one another those which are similar in appearance, but unlike in nature." Again, "But every observant practitioner knows that he treats patients rather than diseases. He does not regard the former as the chemist does his crucibles, retorts, and test glasses, which have no reaction upon their contents, but he knows that every substance taken into the body acts upon it, and is itself acted upon by it, and in innumerable modes and degrees, according to the existing condition of the body and the quantity, combination, and form of administration of the medicine, so that there is some ground for the sarcastic comment that the art of medicine consists in introducing a body of which we know little into another of which we know still less." And yet again, "It is quite necessary for the physician to know when to abstain from the use of medicine, as it is for him to prescribe when medication is necessary; that he must, as far as possible, see the end of a disease from its beginning; that he must never forget that medical art has a far higher range and aim than the prescription of drugs, or even of food and hygienic means; and that, when neither of these avails to ward off the fatal ending, it is still no small portion of his art to rid his patient's path of thorns, if he cannot make it bloom with roses." 3. On the roll of our Fellows will be found the names of at least half a dozen distinguished bibliophiles to whom we are deeply indebted, as they have kept alive in this society the interest of the average Fellow in books, and have made possible a great library. Dr. Stille was not only a book lover, but a discriminating and learned student. Our shelves testify not less to his liberality than to his taste for rare and important monographs, while the Stille Library of the University of Pennsylvania will remain a monument to his love of the literature and history of our profession. But it was neither as a teacher nor as a writer that Dr. Alfred Stille's influence was most deeply felt. In a long career, several generations of students and physicians were influenced by an earnest, real man, whose life was true and sincere, whose ideals were lofty, and whose devotion to duty came from pure and unselfish motives. A life of probity, a high sense of honor, uniform courtesy, as Dr. da Costa remarked, endeared him to the profession and crowned his declining years with all the things which should accompany old age. Nothing in his life, which was one calling for courage of a high order, became him more than the graceful way in which he grew old. So far as I know, the chapter on the old man in the profession has not yet been written. Today, as in the 16th century, the bitter mot of Rabelais is true: there be more old drunkards than old physicians. Take the list of fellows of our college, look over the names and dates of graduation of the practitioners of this city, and the men above 70 years of age form, indeed, a small remnant. All the more reason that we should cherish and reverence them. It interested me greatly in Dr. Stille, and I only knew him after he had passed his 70th year, to note the keenness of his mind on all questions relating to medicine. He had none of those unpleasant senile vagaries, the chief characteristic of which is an intense passion for opposition to everything that is new. He had that delightful equanimity and serenity of mind which is one of the most blessed accompaniments of old age. He had none of those irritating features of the old doctor, who have crawled out of the stream about his 40th year, sits on the bank, croaking of misfortunes to come, and with less truth than tongue, lamenting the days that have gone and the men of the past. He was not like the sage of Agrigentum, of whom Matthew Arnold sings, whose mind was fed on other food, was trained by other rules than are in vogue today, whose habit of thought is fixed, who will not change, but in a world he loves not, must subsist in ceaseless opposition. From this unhappy attitude of mind he was saved by a serene faith in the future of the profession. Naturally, he did not approve of much that is unpleasant in our modern ways. In some of his last letters there is a touch of the old vigor with which he was wont to rap the pretensions of the ignorant or the half-educated. In a letter to me dated February 7, 1900, he writes, "I never supposed the Louis methods would be accepted by the profession generally. They were too laborious, and they gratified too little the thirst for popular applause and personal exultation that contaminates so many, even men of merit. Not even their adoption and illustration by a certain number of physicians who drew their inspiration from the Parisian fount has sufficed to prevent their being overwhelmed by the deluge of German speculation on pathology and therapeutics." And again, in the last letter I had from him, June 27, 1900, referring to Bartlett's sketch of Hippocrates, which he says, "I read and enjoyed, as I do, whatever helps to strip truth of her gauds and present her in her native simplicity. It seems inseparable from all progress in knowledge that it shall not be administered in too concentrated a form, lest it produce repugnance and indigestion. This has been found necessary in religion, and how could philosophy escape it? Our medical principles and doctrines are found insipid by the vulgar, unless they are confectioned to suit the popular palate, with a large seasoning of human invention." Not the least important service of Dr. Stille was his persistent emphasis on lofty professional ideals, of which his own life was in reality the best exemplar. For, to use his own words, he was loyal to science and truth, loyal to his art, loyal to the history and traditions of his profession, loyal to the principles and precepts which the peculiar relations of medical men to one another, to the public, and to their patients impose upon them. On the occasion of the dinner given to him in 1884, Dr. Stille told an interesting incident, which I quote here as his credo. During one of my summer holidays, while abroad, it was my lot, less vulgar then than now, to climb the Alps and observe the expedients used by the mountaineers in ascending the icy peaks. I noted the laborious industry with which they cut for themselves footholds on the slippery steep, and so mounted slowly to their destination. This method profoundly impressed me at the time, and I said to myself, surely in such wise must one hew his way to fame and fortune, and whether the point to be attained be the highest peak of all, or only some humbler hill-top by the way, it was clear that whatever else might win, improbus labor omnia vincit. What seemed revealed to me then among the sublime solitudes of nature has been echoed by 1,000 voices along the whole pathway of my life. It came to me also like a voice from the tomb in the words of an old family motto, innocenter, patienter, constanter, and it was repeated in the history of all the men I have known who secured for themselves a steadfast place in their day and generation. I cannot doubt that in the bosom of every one who hears my voice there is felt a silent attestation of its truth. It has been the keynote of my teaching as well as the guide of my actions, and therefore how little soever of the good that has been attributed to me by your partial voices may in reality be mine, I owe it to all the lessons of steady industry and undaunted perseverance that I learned from the Alpine mountaineer. Among his papers is a most interesting and touching letter of advice to his brother Morton, whose brilliant career was cut short in his 33rd year. I cannot refrain from quoting the concluding sentences, which express admirably his relations to his students and his general attitude toward the profession he loved. It would be useless for me at this time to go into a more detailed development of the system of instruction I wish you to follow. It will be gradually unfolded as you advance, and may be modified by circumstances, and in all your intercourse with me I wish you to look upon me merely as an older student than yourself, who, having trod the same path, has a greater knowledge of its difficulties and pleasures and dangers, who will be proud to be your guide, and glory in inspiring you with an ardent love of the profession you have chosen. I feel deeply impressed with the belief that your character and talents are such as eminently to qualify you for attaining distinction as a medical philosopher, and gaining the respect and affection of those among your fellow men who may require your professional services. I will not conceal from you that there is much before you to make even a strong resolution waver. You must toil for years to fit you for the guardianship of the health and lives of men, and yet again you must toil long and diligently to reap the reward of your labor. But if you have a spark of benevolence in your heart, if you have that only ambition which is not a vice, to excel others in doing good, if you think that the gratitude and the affection of those you may relieve from sickness is a sufficient recompense for much self-denial and self-sacrifice, then you will not be disappointed. You will be richly repaid for your days of labor and your nights of watching. You will learn to cultivate a spirit of charity toward others and of justice toward yourself, which will make your station in life respectable and your social and domestic relations hallowed by the light of an unbroken peace. Hear the conclusion of the whole matter, the lesson of a long and good life. It is contained in a sentence of his valedictory address. Only 2 things are essential: to live uprightly and to be wisely industrious. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Sir Thomas Browne, Part 1. As a boy, it was my good fortune to come under the influence of a parish priest of the Gilbert White type, who followed the seasons of nature no less ardently than those of the Church, and whose excursions into science had brought him into contact with physic and physicians. Father Johnson, as his friends loved to call him, founder and warden of the Trinity College School near Toronto, illustrated that angelical conjunction, to use Cotton Mather's words, of medicine and divinity, more common in the 16th and 17th century than in the 19th. An earnest student of Sir Thomas Browne, particularly of the Religio Medici, he often read to us extracts in illustration of the beauty of the English language, or he would entertain us with some of the author's quaint conceits, such as "The man without a navel" (Adam), or "That woman was the rib and crooked piece of man." The copy which I hold in my hand, J.T. Field's edition of 1862, my companion ever since my school days, is the most precious book in my library. I mention these circumstances in extenuation of an enthusiasm which has enabled me to make this almost complete collection of the editions of his works I show you this evening, knowing full well the compassionate feeling with which the bibliomaniac is regarded by his saner colleagues. 1. The Man. The little Thomas was happy in his entrance upon the stage, October 19, 1605. Among multiplied acknowledgments, he could lift up one hand to heaven, as he says, that he was born of honest parents, that modesty, humility, patience, and veracity lay in the same egg and came into the world with him. Of his father, a London merchant, but little is known. There is at Devonshire House a family picture which shows him to have been a man of fine presence, looking not unworthy of the future philosopher, a child of 3 or 4 years, seated on his mother's knee. She married a second time Sir Thomas Dutton, a man of wealth and position, who gave his stepson every advantage of education and travel. We lack accurate information of the early years, of the school days at Winchester, of his life at Broadgate Hill, now Pembroke College, Oxford, and of the influences which induced him to study medicine. Possibly he got his inspiration from the Regius Professor of Medicine, the elder Clayton, the master of Broadgate Hall, and afterwards of Pembroke College. That he was a distinguished undergraduate is shown in his selection at the end of the first year in residence to deliver an oration at the opening of Pembroke College. Possibly between the year 1626, when he took the B.A., and 1629, when he commenced M.A., he may have been engaged in the study of medicine. But Mr. Charles Williams of Norwich, who is perhaps more familiar than anyone living with the history of our author, does not think it likely that he began until he went abroad. In these years he could at least have entered upon the physic line, and could have proceeded to the M.B. He was too early to participate in the revival of science in Oxford, but even after that had occurred, Sydenham flung the cruel reproach at his alma mater that he would as soon send a man to her to learn shoemaking as practical physic. It was possible, of course, to pick up a little knowledge of medicine from the local practitioners and from the physic garden, together with the lectures of the Regius Professor, who, as far as we know, had not at any rate the awkward failing of his more distinguished son, who could not look upon blood without fainting, and in consequence had to hand over his anatomy lectures to a deputy. Clayton's study and work would naturally be of a somewhat mixed character, and at that period even many of those whose chief business was theology were interested in natural philosophy, of which medicine formed an important part. Burton refers to an address delivered about this time by Clayton, dealing with the mutual relations of mind and body. The Anatomy of Melancholy, which appeared in 1621, must have proved a stimulating bonne bouche for the Oxford men of the day, and I like to think of the eagerness with which so ardent a student as Browne of Pembroke would have pounced on the second and enlarged edition which appeared in 1624. He may indeed have been a friend of Burton, or he may have formed one of a group of undergraduates to watch Democritus Junior leaning over the bridge and laughing at the bargees as they swore at each other. It is stated, I know not on what authority, that Browne practised in Oxford for a time. After a visit to Ireland with his stepfather, he took the grand tour, France, Italy, and Holland, spending 2 years in study. Of his continental trip our knowledge is very meagre. He went to Montpellier, still famous, but failing, where he probably listened to the teaching of Rivière, whose Praxis was for years the leading textbook in Europe. Thence to Padua, where he must have heard the celebrated Sanctorius of the Medicina Statica, then on to Leyden, just rising into prominence, where it is said he took his doctor's degree in 1633. Of this, however, there is no certainty. A few years ago I looked through the register of that famous university, but failed to find his name. At the end of 2 years' travel he may have had cobwebs in his pocket, and the Leyden degree was expensive, as that quaint old contemporary of Browne, the Reverend John Ward of Stratford-upon-Avon, tells us. Diary. Mr. Burnet had a letter out of the Low Countries of the charge of a doctor's degree, which is at Leyden about £16, besides feasting the professors. At Angers, in France, not above £9, and feasting not necessary neither. No doubt the young Englishman got of the best that there was in the teaching of the day, and from the Religio one learns that he developed from it an extraordinary breadth of culture and a charity not always granted to travellers. He pierced beneath the shell of nationalism into the heart of the people among whom he lived, feeling at home everywhere and in every clime. Hence the charity, rare in a Protestant, expressed so beautifully in the lines, "I can dispense with my hat at the sight of a cross, but scarce with the thought of my Saviour." He must have made good use of his exceptional opportunities, as he was able to boast, in a humble way it is true, that he understood 6 languages. Returning to England in 1634, he settled at Shibden Dale, close to Halifax, not, as Mr. Charles Williams has pointed out, to practice his profession, but to recruit his health, somewhat impaired by shipwreck and disease. Here, in Upper Shibden Hall, he wrote the Religio Medici, the book by which today his memory is kept green among us. In his travels he had doubtless made many observations on men, and in his reading had culled many useful memoranda. He makes it quite clear, and is anxious to do so, that the book was written while he was very young. He says, "My life is a miracle of 30 years. I have not seen one revolution of Saturn. My pulse hath not beat 30 years." Indeed, he seems to be of Plato's opinion that the pace of life slackens after this date, and there is a note of sadness in his comment, that while the radical humour may contain sufficient oil for 70, in some it gives no light past 30, and he adds that those dying at this age should not complain of immaturity. In the quiet Yorkshire valley, with leisurable hours for his private exercise and satisfaction, the manuscript was completed, with, as he says, such disadvantages that, I protest, from the first setting pen to paper, I had not the assistance of any good book. Communicated to one, it became common to many, and at last in 1642, 7 years after its completion, reached the press in a depraved form. In 1637, at the solicitation of friends, Browne moved to Norwich, with which city, so far as we know, he had had no previous connection. At that date the East Anglian capital had not become famous in the annals of medicine. True, she had given keys to the profession, but he had only practised there for a short time, and does not seem to have had any special influence on her destinies. Sir Thomas Browne may be said to be the first of the long list of worthies who have, in the past 2½ centuries, made Norwich famous among the provincial towns of the kingdom. Here for 45 years he lived the quiet, uneventful life of a student practitioner, absorbed like a sensible man in his family, his friends, his studies, and his patients. It is a life of singular happiness to contemplate. In 1641 he married Dorothy Millam, a lady of such a symmetrical proportion to her worthy husband that they seemed to come together by a kind of natural magnetism. In the Religio he had said some hard things of the gentle goddess, and had expressed himself very strongly against nature's method for the propagation of the race. He believed, with Milton, that the world should have been populated without feminine, and in almost identical words they wish that some way less trivial and vulgar had been found to generate mankind. Dame Dorothy proved a good wife, a fruitful branch bearing 10 children. We have a pleasant picture of her in her letters to her boys and to her daughter-in-law, in a spelling suggestive of Pitman's phonetics. She seems to have had in full measure the simple piety and the tender affection mentioned on her monument in St. Peter's Church. The Domestic Correspondence, Wilkins's edition of the works, gives interesting glimpses of the family life, the lights and shadows of a cultured English home. The 2 boys were all that their father could have wished. Edward, the elder, had a distinguished career, following his father's footsteps in the profession, and reached the dignity of the presidency of the Royal College of Physicians. Inheriting his father's tastes, as the letters between them prove, his wide interest in natural history and archaeology are shown in his well-known Book of Travels, and I am fortunate in possessing a copy of the Hydriotaphia with his autograph. Edward's son, the Tommy of the letters, the delight of his grandfather, also became a physician and practised with his father. He died in 1710 in rather unfortunate circumstances, and with him the male line of Sir Thomas ended. Of the younger son we have in the letters a charming picture, a brave sailor lad with many of his father's tastes, who served with great distinction in the Dutch wars, in which he met, it is supposed, a sailor's death. The eldest daughter married Henry Fairfax, and through their daughter, who married the Earl of Buchan, there are to-day, among the Buchans and Erskines, the only existing representatives of Sir Thomas. The waves and storms of the Civil War scarcely reached the quiet Norwich home. Browne was a staunch Royalist, and his name occurs among the citizens who in 1643 refused to contribute to a fund for the recapture of the town of Newcastle. It is astonishing how few references occur in his writings to the national troubles, which must have tried his heart sorely. In the preface to the Religio he gives vent to his feelings, lamenting not only the universal tyranny of the press, but the defamation of the name of His Majesty, the degradation of Parliament, and the writings of both depravedly, anticipatively, counterfeitedly imprinted. In one of the letters he speaks of the execution of Charles I as horrid murder, and in another he calls Cromwell a usurper. In civil wars, physicians of all men suffer least, as the services of able men are needed by both parties, and time and again it has happened that an even balanced soul, such as our author, has passed quietly through terrible trials, doing the day's work with closed lips. Corresponding with the most active decades of his life, in which his 3 important works were issued, one might have expected to find in them reference to the Civil War, or at least echoes of the great change wrought by the Commonwealth, but like Fox, in whose writings the same silence has been noticed, whatever may have been his feelings, he preserved a discreet silence. His own rule of life, no doubt, is expressed in the advice to his son. times look troublesome, but you have an honest and peaceable profession which may employ you, and discretion to guide your words and actions. Busy with his professional work, interested in natural history, in archaeology, and in literature, with a wide circle of scientific friends and correspondents, the glimpses of Browne's life which we have from the letters are singularly attractive. He adopted an admirable plan in the education of his children, sending them abroad and urging them to form early habits of independence. His younger boy, Thomas, he sent at the age of 14 to France, alone, and he remarks in one of his letters to him, "He that hath learnt not in France travelleth in vain." Everywhere in the correspondence with his children there is evidence of good, practical sense. He tells one of the boys to cast off pudor rusticus, and to have a handsome garb of his body. Even the daughters were taken to France. In his souvenir of Sir Thomas Browne, Mr. Charles Williams has given an illustration of his house, a fine old building which was unfortunately torn down some years ago, though the handsome mantelpiece has been preserved. An interesting contemporary account has been left by Evelyn, who paid a visit to Sir Thomas in 1673. He says, "The whole house being a paradise and a cabinet of rarities, and that of the best collections, especially metals, books, plants, and natural things. Amongst other curiosities, Sir Thomas had a collection of the eggs of all the fowl and birds he could procure, that country, especially the promontory of Norfolk, being frequented, as he said, by several kinds, which seldom or never go further into the land, as cranes, storks, eagles, and a variety of other fowl." After Dr. Edward Browne was established in London, the letters show the keen interest Sir Thomas took in the scientific work of the day. Writing of his son's lecture on anatomy at the Chirurgical Hall, he warns him that he would have more spectators than auditors, and after that first day, as the lecture was in Latin, very many will not be earnest to come hereafter. He evidently takes the greatest interest in his son's progress, and constantly gives him suggestions with reference to new points that are coming up in the literature. Here and there are references to important medical cases, and comments upon modes of treatment. It is interesting to note the prevalence of agues, even of the severe hemorrhagic types, and his use of Peruvian bark. In some of the letters a remarkable case of pneumothorax is described. A young woman who had a julking and fluctuation in her chest so that it might be heard by standers-by. Evidently he had a large and extensive practice in the eastern counties, and there are numerous references to the local physicians. There is a poem extolling his skill in the despaired-of case of Mrs. E.S., 3 or 4 of the lines of which are worth quoting. He came, saw, cured, could Caesar's self do more? Galen Hippocrates, London fourscore, of famous college. Had these heard him read his lecture on his skeleton half dead, and seen his modest eye search every part, judging, not seeing. The correspondence with his son is kept up to the time of his death. Only part of the letters appear in Wilkins's Life, and there are many extant, worthy of publication. In 1671 he was knighted by Charles II. In 1664 he was made an honorary Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, with which, through his son, he had close affiliations. His name does not appear in the roll of the Royal Society, with the spirit and objects of which he must yet have had the warmest sympathy. He was in correspondence with many of the leading men of the day: Evelyn, Grew, Elias, Ashmole, Dugdale, Paston, Aubrey, and others. The letters deal with a remarkable variety of subjects: natural history, botany, chemistry, magic, and archaeology, and so forth. The Pseudodoxia Epidemica, 1646, extended his reputation among all classes, and helped to bring him into close relationship with the virtuosi of the period. There is in the Bodleian a delightful letter from Mr. Henry Bates, a wit of the court. a few extracts from which will give you an idea of the extravagant admiration excited by his writings. Sir, amongst those great and due acknowledgments this horizon owes you for imparting your sublime solid fancy to them in that incomparable piece of invention and judgment, R.M. gives me leave, sir, here at last to tender my share, which I wish I could make proportionable to the value I deservedly set upon it, for truly, sir, ever since I had the happiness to know your religion, I have religiously honored you, hugged your Minerva in my bosom, and voted it my vade mecum. I am of that opinion still that next the Legenda Dei it is the masterpiece of Christendom; and though I have met sometime with some omnes sic ego vero non sic men, prejudicating pates who boggled at shadows in it, and carped at atoms, and have so strapadoed me into impatience with their senseless censures, yet this still satisfied my zeal toward it when I found non intellegunt was the nurse of their vituperant, and they only stumbled for want of a lanthorn. While interested actively in medicine, Browne does not seem to have been on intimate terms with his great contemporaries, Harvey, Sydenham, or Glisson, though he mentions them, and always with respect. He was a prudent, prosperous man, generous to his children and to his friends. He subscribed liberally to his old school at Winchester, to the rebuilding of the library of Trinity College, Cambridge, and to the repairs at Christ Church, Oxford. A life placid, uneventful, and easy, without stress or strain, happy in his friends, his family, and his work, he expressed in it that harmony of the inner and of the outer man which is the aim of all true philosophy to attain, and which he inculcated so nobly and in such noble words in the Religio Medici and in the Christian Morals. A description of him given by his friend the Rev. John Whitefoot is worth quoting. He was never seen to be transported with mirth or dejected with sadness, always cheerful but rarely merry, at any sensible rate, seldom heard to break a jest, and when he did, he would be apt to blush at the levity of it. His gravity was natural, without affectation. The end came unexpectedly in his 77th year, after a sharp attack of colic on his birthday, October 19, 1682, a curious possibility of which he speaks in the letter to a friend. But in persons who outlive many years, and when there are no less than 365 days to determine their lives every year, that the first day should make the last, that the tail of the snake should return into its mouth precisely at that time, and they should wind up upon the day of their nativity, is indeed a remarkable coincidence, which, though astrology hath taken witty pains to solve, yet hath it been very wary in making predictions of it. There are 3 good portraits of Sir Thomas, one in the College of Physicians, London, which is the best known and has been often reproduced, and from which is taken the frontispiece in Greenhill's edition of the Religio Medici. A second is in the Bodleian, and this also has frequently been reproduced. The third is in the vestry of St. Peter's, Mancroft, Norwich. Through the kindness of Mr. Charles Williams it is here reproduced. In many ways it is the most pleasing of the 3, and Browne looks in it a younger man, closer to the days of the Religio. There is a 4th picture, the frontispiece to the 5th edition of the Pseudodoxia, but it is so unlike the others that I doubt very much if it could have been Sir Thomas. If it was, he must have suffered from the artist, as did Milton, whose picture in the frontispiece to the Poems, 1645, is a base caricature. But Browne has not had the satisfaction of Milton's joke and happy revenge. 2. The Book. As a book, the Religio Medici has had an interesting history. Written at leisurable hours, and for his private exercise and satisfaction, it circulated in manuscript among friends, and was by transcription successively corrupted until it arrived in a most depraved copy at the press. Two surreptitious editions were issued by Andrew Crooke in 1642, face, page 259, both in small octavo, with an engraved frontispiece by Marshall representing a man falling from a rock, the earth, into the sea of eternity, but caught by a hand issuing from the clouds, under which is the legend, "Acelo salus." Johnson suggests that the author may not have been ignorant of Crooke's design, but was very willing to let a tentative edition be issued, a stratagem by which an author, panting for fame, and yet afraid of seeming to challenge it, may at once gratify his vanity and preserve the appearance of modesty. There are at least 6 manuscripts of the Religio in existence, all presenting minor differences which bear out the author's contention that by transcription they had become depraved. One in the Wilkin collection in the Castle Museum, Norwich, is in the author's handwriting. Had Browne been party to an innocent fraud, he would scarcely have allowed Crooke to issue within a year a second imperfect edition, not simply a second impression, as the two differ in the size and number of the pages, and present also minor differences in the text. The authorized edition appeared in the following year by the same publisher and with the same frontispiece, with the following words at the foot of the plate: "A true and full copy of that which was most imperfectly and surreptitiously printed before under the name of Religio Medici, face, page 260. It was issued anonymously with a preface signed A.B. To such as have or shall peruse the observations upon a former corrupt copy of this book." A curious incident here links together two men, types of the intellectual movement of their generation, both students, both mystics, the one a quiet observer of nature, an antiquary and a physician, the other a restless spirit, a bold buccaneer, a politician, a philosopher, and an amateur physician. Sir Kenelm Digby, committed to Winchester House by the Parliamentarians, had heard favourably from the Earl of Dorset of the Religio Medici. Though late in the day, the magnetic motion, as he says, was impatient to have the book in his hands, so he sent at once to St. Paul's churchyard for it. He was in bed when it came. "This good-natured creature I could easily persuade to be my bedfellow, and to wake me as long as I had any edge to entertain myself with the delights I sucked in from so noble a conversation. And truly I closed not my eyes till I had enriched myself with, or at least exactly surveyed, all the treasures that are lapped up in the folds of those new sheets." Sir Kenelm holds the record for reading in bed. Not only did he read the Religio through, but he wrote observations upon it the same night in the form of a letter to his friend, which extends to 3/4 of the size of the Religio itself. As Johnson remarks, he returned his judgment of it not in the form of a letter, but of a book. He dates it at the end the 22nd, I think I may say the 23rd, for I am sure it is morning, and I think it is day, of December 1642. Johnson says that its principal claim to admiration is that it was written within 24 hours, of which part was spent in procuring Browne's book and part in reading it. Sir Kenelm was a remarkable man, but in connection with his statements it may be well to remember the reputation he had among his contemporaries, Stubbs calling him "the Pliny of our age for lying." However this may be, his criticisms of the work are exceedingly interesting and often just. This little booklet of Sir Kenelm has floated down the stream of literature, reappearing at intervals attached to editions of the Religio, while his weightier tomes are deep in the ooze at the bottom. The Religio Medici became popular with remarkable rapidity. As Johnson remarks, it excited attention by the novelty of paradoxes, the dignity of sentiment, the quick succession of images, the multitude of abstrusive allusions, subtlety of disquisition, and the strength of language. A Cambridge student, Meriwether, traveling in Europe, translated it into Latin, and it was published in 1644 by Hackius at Leyden in a very neat volume. A second impression appeared in the same year, and also a Paris edition, a reprint of the Leyden. The Continental scholars were a good deal puzzled, and not altogether certain of the orthodoxy of the work. Meriwether, in a very interesting letter (1649), says that he had some difficulty in getting a printer at Leyden. Salmasius, to whom Hay, a book merchant, took it for approbation, said that there was in it many things well said, but that it contained also many exorbitant conceptions in religion, and would probably find much frowning entertainment, especially amongst the ministers. Two other printers also refused it. The most interesting Continental criticism is by that distinguished member of the profession, Guy Patin, professor in the Paris Faculty of Medicine. In a letter to Charles Spon of Lyons, dated Paris, October 21, 1644, he mentions having received a little book called the Religio Medici, written by an Englishman, a very mystical book containing strange and ravishing thoughts. In a letter dated 1645, he says, "The book is in high credit here, the author has wit, and there are abundance of fine things in the book. He is a humorist whose thoughts are very agreeable, but who, in my opinion, is to seek for a master in religion, may in the end find none." Patin thought the author in a parlous state, and as he was still alive, he might grow worse as well as better. Evidently, however, the work became a favorite one with him, as in letters of 1650 3-7 he refers to it again in different editions. It is remarkable that he nowhere mentions the author by name, but subsequently, when Edward Browne was a student in Paris, Patin sends kindly greetings to his father. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Sir Thomas Browne, Part 2. Much discussion occurred on the Continent as to the orthodoxy of the Religio. It is no slight compliment to the author that he should have been by one claimed as a Catholic, by another denounced as an atheist, while a member of the Society of Friends saw in him a likely convert. The book was placed on the Index. In England, with the exception of Digby's observations, there were no adverse criticisms of any note. Alexander Ross, that interesting old Southampton schoolmaster, who seems always to have been ready for an intellectual tilt, wrote a criticism entitled Medicus Medicatus, or The Physician's Religion, cured by a lenitive or gentle potion. In England there were two reprints in 1645, and it appeared again in the years 1656, 1659, 1669, 1672, and in 1682, the year of Browne's death. A comparison of the early editions shows that all have the same frontispiece, and are, with slight variations, reprints of that of 1643. The book also began to be reprinted with the Pseudodoxia Epidemica, third edition, 1659. The Latin editions followed each other rapidly. As I mentioned, it first appeared in Leyden in 1644, and was reprinted the same year there and in Paris. Then in 1650 in Leyden again, in 1652 in Strasbourg, and in the same place in 1665 and 1667. The most important of these editions was that of Strasbourg, 1652, with elaborate notes by Moltkius, of which Guy Patin speaks as miserable examples of pedantry, and indeed stigmatizes the commentator as a fool. The Dutch translation appeared in 1655 and a French in 1668, so that altogether, during the author's lifetime, there were at least 20 editions of the work. In the 17th century there were in all 22 editions. In the 18th century there were 4 English editions, 1 Latin and 1 German. Then a long interval of 77 years elapsed until, in 1831, Thomas Chapman, a young Exeter College man, brought out a neat little edition, my own copy of which is made precious by many marginal notes by S.T. Coleridge, who was one of the earliest and most critical among the students of Sir Thomas. In the same year the first American edition was published, edited by the Rev. Alexander Young of Boston. In 1838 appeared an excellent edition by J. A. St. John, traveler, linguist, author, and editor, and in 1844 Longman's edition by John Pierce, the librarian of the City Library, Bristol. This edition was republished in America by the house of Lee and Blanchard, Philadelphia, the only occasion, I believe, on which the Religio has been issued by a firm of medical publishers. In 1845 appeared Pickering's beautiful edition, edited with many original notes by the Rev. Henry Gardiner, in many ways the most choice of the 19th century issues. In 1862 James Ticknor Fields, the well-known Boston scholar and publisher, brought out a very handsome edition, of which for the first time in the history of the book an édition de luxe was printed on larger paper. In 1869 appeared Sampson Low and Company's edition by Willis Blount, and in 1878 Rivington's edition edited by W. P. Smith. Then in 1881 there came what must always remain the standard edition, edited by Dr. Greenhill for the Golden Treasury series, and reprinted repeatedly by Macmillan and Company. To his task Dr. Greenhill brought not only a genuine love of Sir Thomas Browne, but the accuracy of an earnest, painstaking scholar. Since the year 1881 a dozen or more editions have appeared, of which I may mention the excellent one by Dr. Lloyd Roberts of Manchester. I may finish this dry summary by noting the contrast between the little parchment-covered surreptitious edition of 1642 and the sumptuous folio of the Vale Press. In all, including those which have appeared with the collected works, there have been about 55 editions. Browne states that the work had also been translated into High Dutch and into Italian, but I can find no record of these editions, nor of a German translation, 1680, mentioned by Watt. Space will allow only a brief reference to Browne's other writings, Pseudodoxia Epidemica, or Inquiries into Very Many Received Tenets and Commonly Presumed Truths, appeared in 1646 in a small folio. In extent this is by far the most pretentious of Browne's works. It forms an extraordinary collection of old wives' fables and popular beliefs in every department of human knowledge, dealt with from the standpoint of the science of that day. In a way it is a strong protest against general credulity and inexactness of statement, and a plea for greater accuracy in the observation of facts and in the recording of them. Walter Pater has drawn attention to the striking resemblance between Browne's chapter on the sources of error and Bacon's doctrine of the Idola, shams which men fall down and worship. He discusses cleverly the use of doubts, but, as Pater remarks, Browne was himself a rather lively example of entertainments of the idols of the cave, idola specus, and, like Boyle, Digby, and others, he could not quite free himself from the shackles of alchemy and a hankering for the philosopher's stone. The work was very popular, and extended the reputation of the author very widely. Indeed, in 1646 Browne was not known at large as the author of the Religio, as his name had not appeared on the title page of any edition issued at that date. The Pseudodoxia was frequently reprinted, a sixth edition being published in 1672, and it appeared in French both in France and in Holland. Equalling in popularity among certain people, the Religio, certainly next to it in importance, is the remarkable essay known as Hydriotaphia, Urn Burial, or a Discourse of the Sepulchral Urns lately found in Norfolk, 1658. Printed with it is The Garden of Cyrus, a learned discourse on gardens of all forms in all ages. Naturally, when an unusual number of funeral urns were found at Walsingham, they were brought to the notice of Browne, the leading antiquary of the county. Instead of writing a learned disquisition upon their date (he thought them Roman, they were in reality Saxon), with accurate measurements and a catalogue of the bones, he touches upon the whole incident very lightly, but, using it as a text, breaks out into a noble and inspiring prose poem, a meditation upon mortality, and the last sad rites of all nations in all times, with learned comments on modes of sepulture, illustrated with much antiquarian and historical lore. Running through the work is an appropriate note of melancholy at the sad fate which awaits the great majority of us, among whom the iniquity of oblivion must blindly scatter her poppy. The greater part must be content to be as though they had not been, to be found in the register of God, not in the record of men. Nowhere in his writings does the prose flow with a more majestic roll. Take, for example, this one thought: If the nearness of our last necessity brought a nearer conformity unto it, there were a happiness in Oreaires, and no calamity in half senses. But the long habit of living indisposeth us for dying, when avarice makes us the sport of death, when even David grew politically cruel, and Solomon could hardly be said to be the wisest of men. But many are too early old, and before the days of age. Adversity stretcheth our days, misery makes Alcmena's nights, and time hath no wings unto it. Closely connected in sentiment with the urn burial is the thin folio pamphlet, the rarest of all Browne's works, printed posthumously in 1690, a letter to a friend upon occasion of the death of his intimate friend. It is a splendid dissertation on death and modes of dying, and is a unique study of the slow progress to the grave of a consumptive. It is written in his most picturesque and characteristic vein, with such a charm of diction that some critics have given it the place of honor among his works. Pater, in most enthusiastic terms, speaks of it with the urn burial as the best justification of Browne's literary reputation. The tender sympathy with which the poor relics of humanity which Browne expresses so beautifully in these two meditations has not been meted to his own. Who knows the fate of his bones, or how often he is to be buried? He asks. In 1840, while workmen were repairing the chancel of St. Peter Mancroft, the coffin of Sir Thomas was accidentally opened, and one of the workmen took the skull, which afterwards came into the possession of Dr. Edward Lubbock, who deposited it in the museum of the Norfolk and Norwich Infirmary. When I first saw it there in 1872, there was on it a printed slip with these lines from the Hydriotaphia: "To be knaved out of our graves, to have our skulls made drinking bowls, and our bones turned into pipes, to delight and sport our enemies, are tragical abominations escaped in burning burials." The skull has been carefully described by Mr. Charles Williams, to whom I am indebted for the loan of photographs. In addition to the letter to a friend, there are three posthumous works: certain miscellany tracts, 1684, edited by Archbishop Tenison, and posthumous works, 1712, containing chiefly papers of antiquarian interest. In the same year, 1712, appeared The Christian Morals, edited by Archdeacon Geoffrey of Norwich from a manuscript found among Browne's papers. Probably a work of his later life, it forms a series of ethical fragments in a rich and stately prose, which in places presents a striking parallelism to passages in the Hebrew poetry. The work is usually printed with the Religio, to which in reality it forms a supplement. Of the collected editions of Browne's works, the first, a fine folio, appeared in 1686. In 1836 Simon Wilkin, himself a Norwich man, edited the works with the devotion of an ardent lover of his old townsman, and with the critical accuracy of a scholar. All students of Sir Thomas remain under a lasting debt to Mr. Wilkin, and it is pleasant to know that through the kindness of his daughter-in-law, Mrs. Wilkin, of Sidmouth, a Sir Thomas Browne library has been founded in connection with the Castle Museum, Norwich, in which Mr. Simon Wilkin's collections have been placed. 3. Appreciation. Critics from Johnson to Walter Pater have put on record their estimate of Browne and of his place in literature. Among these for keenness of appreciation, Pater takes the first rank. Lamb and Coleridge dearly loved the old Norwich physician, in whom they found a kindred spirit. In America, the New England writers, Ticknor, Fields, Holmes, and Lowell, were ardent students of his works. Lowell in particular is fond of apt quotations from him, and in one place speaks of him as "our most imaginative mind since Shakespeare." But no one has put so briefly and so clearly the strong character of our author as the French critic Taine. Let us conceive a kindred spirit to Shakespeare's, a scholar and an observer instead of an actor and a poet, who in place of creating is occupied in comprehending, but who, like Shakespeare, applies himself to living things, penetrates their internal structure, puts himself in communication with their actual laws, imprints in himself fervently and scrupulously the smallest details of their figure, who at the same time extends his penetrating surmises beyond the region of observation, discerns behind visible phenomena a world obscure yet sublime, and trembles with a kind of veneration before the vast, indistinct, but populous abyss on whose surface our little universe hangs quivering. Such a one is Sir Thomas Browne, a naturalist, a philosopher, a scholar, a physician, and a moralist, almost the last of the generation which produced Jeremy Taylor and Shakespeare. No thinker bears stronger witness to the wandering and inventive curiosity of the age. No writer has better displayed the brilliant and sombre imagination of the North. No one has spoken with a more elegant emotion of death, the vast night of forgetfulness, of the all-devouring pit of human vanity, which tries to create an immortality out of ephemeral glory or sculptured stones. No one has revealed in more glowing and original expressions the poetic sap which flows through all the minds of the age. The growing popularity of Browne's writings testifies to the assured position he holds, if not in the hearts of the many, at least in the hearts of that saving remnant which in each generation hands on the best traditions of our literature. We who are members of his profession may take a special pride in him. Among physicians or teachers of physic there is perhaps but one name in the very first rank. Rabelais stands apart with the kings and queens of literature. Among the princes of the blood there are differences of opinion as to rank, but Sir Thomas Browne, Holmes, and John Browne of Edinburgh form a group together high in the circle. Of the three, two were general practitioners, Oliver Wendell Holmes only in the early part of his life, and for 40 years a teacher of anatomy, but all three have far closer ties with us than Goldsmith, Smollett, or Keats, whose medical affiliations were titular rather than practical. Burton Browne and Fuller have much in common, a rare quaintness, a love of odd conceits, and the faculty of apt illustrations drawn from out-of-the-way sources. Like Montaigne's, Burton's even more, Browne's bookishness is of a delightful kind, and yet, as he maintains, his best matter is not picked from the leaves of any author, but bred among the weeds and tares of his own brain. In his style there is a lack of what the moderns call technique, but how pleasant it is to follow his thoughts, rippling like a burn, not the stilted formality of the technical artist in words, the cadences of whose precise and mechanical expressions pall on the ear. As has been remarked, the Religio Medici is a tour de force, an attempt to combine daring skepticism with humble faith in the Christian tradition. Sir Thomas confesses himself to be naturally inclined to that which misguided zeal terms superstition. He cannot hear the Ave Maria bell without an elevation. He has no prejudices in religion, but subscribes himself a loyal son of the Church of England. In clear language he says, "In brief, where the Scripture is silent, the Church is my text; where that speaks, it is but my comment. When there is a joint silence of both, I borrow not the rules of my religion from Rome or Geneva, but from the dictates of my own reason." He is hard on the controversialist in religion. Every man is not a proper champion for truth, nor fit to take up the gauntlet in the cause of verity, and so forth. While he disclaims any taint or tincture of heresy, he confesses to a number of heretical hopes, such as the ultimate salvation of the race and the efficacy of prayers for the dead. He freely criticizes certain seeming absurdities in the Bible narrative. His travels have made him cosmopolitan and free from all national prejudices. "I feel not in myself those common antipathies that I can discover in others, whose national repugnancies do not touch me, nor do I behold with prejudice the French, Italian, Spaniard, or Dutch. But where I find their actions in balance with my countrymen's, I honor, love, and embrace them in the same degree. I was born in the 8th climate, but seem for to be framed and constellated unto all. I am no plant that will not prosper out of a garden. All places, all airs, make unto me one country. I am in England everywhere, and under any meridian. Only the fool multitude that chooses by show he holds up to derision as the numerous piece of monstrosity which taken asunder seem men and the reasonable creatures of God, but confused together make but one great beast and a monstrosity more prodigious than Hydra. He has a quick sympathy with the sorrows of others, and though a physician, his prayer is with the husbandman and for healthful seasons. No one has put more beautifully the feeling which each one of us has had at times about patience. "Let me be sick myself, if sometimes the malady of my patient be not a disease unto me. I desire rather to cure his infirmities than my own necessities. Where I do him no good, methinks it is scarce honest gain, though I confess 'tis but the worthy salary of our well-intended endeavors." He has seen many countries, and has studied their customs and politics. He is well versed in astronomy and botany. He has run through all systems of philosophy, but has found no rest in any. As death gives every fool gratis the knowledge which is won in this life with sweat and vexation, he counts it absurd to take pride in his achievements, though he understands 6 languages besides the patois of several provinces. As a scientific man, Browne does not take rank with many of his contemporaries. He had a keen power of observation, and in the Pseudodoxia and in his letters there is abundant evidence that he was an able naturalist. He was the first to observe and describe the peculiar substance known as adipocere, and there are in places shrewd flashes, such as the suggestion that the virus of rabies may be mitigated by transmission from one animal to another. But we miss in him the clear, dry light of science, as revealed in the marvelous works of his contemporary, Harvey. Busy as a practical physician, he was an observer, not an experimenter to any extent, though he urges, "Join sense unto reason, and experiment unto speculation, and so give life unto embryon truths and verities yet in their chaos." He had the highest veneration for Harvey, whose work he recognized as epoch-making. His piece De Circule sang, which discovery I prefer to that of Columbus. He recognized that in the faculty of observation the old Greeks were our masters, and that we must return to their methods if progress were to be made. He had a much clearer idea than had Sydenham of the value of anatomy, and tells his young friend Power of Halifax to make autopsia his fidus Achates. That he should have believed in witches, and that he should have given evidence in 1664 which helped to condemn 2 poor women, is always spoken of as a blot on his character. But a man must be judged by his times and his surroundings. While regretting his credulity, we must remember how hard it was in the 16th and 17th centuries not to believe in witches, how hard indeed it should be today for anyone who believes implicitly the Old Testament. And men of the stamp of Reginald Scott and Johannes Wierus, who looked at the question from our point of view, were really anomalies, and their strong presentation of the rational side of the problem had very little influence on their contemporaries. For the student of medicine, the writings of Sir Thomas Browne have a very positive value. The charm of high thoughts, clad in beautiful language, may win some readers to a love of good literature, but beyond this is a still greater advantage. Like the thoughts of Marcus Aurelius and the Enchiridion of Epictetus, the Religio is full of counsels of perfection, which appeal to the mind of youth, still plastic and unhardened by contact with the world. Carefully studied, from such books come subtle influences which give stability to character and help to give a man a sane outlook on the complex problems of life. Sealed early of this tribe of authors, a student takes with him as compagnons de voyage lifelong friends whose thoughts become his thoughts and whose ways become his ways. Mastery of self, conscientious devotion to duty, deep human interest in human beings, this best of all lessons you must learn now or never. And these are some of the lessons which may be gleaned from the life and from the writings of Sir Thomas Browne. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Fracastorius. 1. Upon few pictures in literature do we dwell with such greater pleasure than that of Catullus returning to his home near Verona, wearied with the pleasures of the capital, sick at heart after the death of his much-beloved brother, and still, we may fancy, aching with the pangs of misprized love. But at the sight of Peninsularum Sirmio insularumque ocellis, he breaks out into joyful song, and all his cares vanish. 15 centuries later, another bard of Sirmio sang the joys of the Lago di Garda mid Caphian hills, and while we cannot claim for Fracastor a place beside his immortal townsman, he occupies a distinguished position in our annals as the author of the most successful medical poem ever written, and as the man from whom we date our first accurate knowledge of the processes of infection and contagion. The facts relating to the life of Fracastorius are to be obtained from the Venice edition of his works, 1584, and from the remarkably full and critical study by Mencken. The best account in English is by Greswell. He was born in 1483 at Verona of an ancient family, the Fracastoria. The name is also spelt Fracastorius. There are related of his early days 2 marvelous stories: that he was born with his lips so united that a surgeon had to be called in to separate them, and that, while an infant in his mother's arms, he escaped unhurt while she was killed by a lightning stroke. He early gave signs of unusual ability, and was sent to Padua, at that time well deserving the encomium of Shakespeare, "Fair Padua, nursery of the arts." Here he made warm friends with many brilliant young men, with whom in after life he remained on terms of close intimacy, and to some of whom his poems were dedicated. It is uncertain how long he resided at Padua, but at the outbreak of war he joined the Venetian forces under the command of his friend Livianus, at whose defeat and capture Fracastor returned to his native town. There is no information as to his teachers in medicine, but Mencken suggests that from Hieronymus Turrianus he got his most important training. He seems very quickly to have gained reputation as a physician, and his services were sought by rich and poor alike. It is stated that he practiced without pecuniary reward. Poetry, astronomy, cosmography, and natural philosophy shared with medicine his time and his labors. He kept up an extensive correspondence with many distinguished men in science and in letters. He performed wonders by his exact knowledge of herbs and simples, by searching the best books of the ancients. The most excellent antidote, Discordium, was of his preparing. The age in which he lived saw nothing equal to his learning but his honesty. So writes the author of the Life prefixed to the English translation of the Morbus Gallicus. He lived for the greater part of the time in the country near Verona, amid the hills overlooking the Lago di Garda. Here, says his biographer, after a moderate ascent, is seen the villa of Fracastor in the midst of a level ground, yet so elevated as to command a view of the lake. The house is plain, and has little to boast from artificial ornament, but much from the natural beauty of the situation. It is of square form, with an open aspect on every side except the north. On the east, on which part the Adige rolls its rapid current, hastening from the interior of Germany, and laves the foot of the mountain, it commands a view of Verona, with innumerable villas scattered here and there in the subjacent plain. On the west, the appearance of the Lago di Garda is no less pleasing. Here hills rising in alternate succession meet the view. Here the sometimes disturbed and tumultuous billows of the lake, the charming peninsula of Catullus, vessels with extended sails, and fishing barks seen approaching from remote distances, and numerous towns and hamlets seated on the sunny promontories. Here Girolamo was accustomed to enjoy the conversation of his friends. Here he found that tranquillity and rural seclusion equally propitious to the Muses and to severer studies, and here he produced many of those works which spread his celebrity throughout Europe and covered his brow with the wreath of fame. In a poem addressed to Turrianus, Fracastor has himself celebrated the beauties of his home mid Caphian hills. He died of apoplexy in 1553, aged 71. Monuments to his memory were erected at Padua by his friend Rhamnusius and by his fellow citizens. He was of low stature, but of good bulk, his shoulders broad, his hair black and long, his face round, his eyes black, his nose short and turning upwards by his continual contemplation of the stars. A lively air was spread over his countenance that displayed the serenity and ingenuity of his mind. Mencken makes fun of this description, particularly of the snub nose, and certainly the pictures give a fine Roman nose of full proportions. The important works of Fracastor are the 2 of which I shall speak. An astronomical work, Homocentrica, with a discussion of the old question of critical days, appeared in 1538. The word on Sympathia and Antipathia, Book I, appeared in 1546, in the same volume with De Contagione. Many fine editions of the collected works appeared after his death, and in the 17th century there were 6 or 7 editions. The minor poems are to be found in all of them. 2. The scientific reputation of Fracastorius rests upon the work De Contagione and so forth, the title page of which is here reproduced. It contains, among other things, 3 contributions of the first importance: a clear statement of the problems of contagion and infection, a recognition of typhus fever, and a remarkable pronouncement on the contagiousness of phthisis. In the 16th century, and indeed for a much later period, following the views of Hippocrates and Galen, the fevers were thought to be due to a corruption or putridity of the humours, and no very clear ideas have been expressed as to their mode of propagation, still less of their origin. The simple classification into ephemeral, putrid, and hectic forms was maintained through the recognition by the Arabians of specific varieties, such as smallpox and measles, had stimulated greatly the study of fevers. In the course of an active professional life, Fracastorius had witnessed the rapid spread of syphilis and repeated outbreaks of the plague and exanthematic typhus, so that he had had exceptional opportunities to study the problems presented by them. In answer to the question, "What is contagion?" he replies, "As the name indicates, contagion is an infection passing from one individual to another, and the infection is absolutely the same and the virus is the same in him who receives and in him who gives. A fire in one house destroying an adjoining one does not do so by contagion, as in the sense in which the word is used it is not a wholesale destruction, but a change in the elements of which the body is composed, brought about by particles of such minuteness that they do not come within range of our senses. There are 3 fundamentally distinct classes of infections: 1. Diseases infecting by contact alone; 2. Those infectious by means of an intermediate agent, fomites, as garments, and so forth; and 3. Those which infect at a distance through the air, as the pestilent fevers, and so forth. He draws an analogy between the diseases of the first class and the putrefaction passing by contact from one grape or pear to another, the seeds of contagion, seminaria contagionum, passing from one to another. The contagion through fomites is the same in reality as in the direct. The virus remains intact and is as active as in the body from which it came, and it may be preserved 2 or 3 years, just as odors are kept by small particles which retain their activity. The whole question of fomites he discusses with a clearness new to medicine. Indeed, I do not know that the word was used by any previous writer. More curious and more astonishing, he thinks, are the contagions of the 3rd class, which act at a distance, and seem indeed to be of a different nature and to act on a different principle. The germs are more powerful and more subtle, with a greater facility in penetrating bodies. They differ extraordinarily among themselves. Some attack trees and grains, others animals; some attack men only, others oxen; some the old, others only the young; some males, others only females. The different germs attack different organs, some the eyes, others the deeper organs, as the lungs. Fracastorius draws a remarkable parallel between the processes of contagion and the fermentation of wine. It is not the same as putrefaction, which differs in the absence of any new generation, and is accompanied with an abominable smell. Certain poisons resemble contagions in their actions, but they differ essentially in not producing in the individual a principle or germ capable of acting on another person. In the 2nd book, the special fevers are considered under the 2 divisions of non-pestilent and pestilent, the former characterized by a milder course, embracing chiefly smallpox and measles, between which, however, he does not draw a very clear distinction. In 1505 and 1528 there appeared for the first time in Italy a disease characterized by high fever, early loss of consciousness, and a copious petechial and lenticular rash. Fracastorius gives an excellent description of it as a disease quite distinct from the other pestilent fevers, particularly the plague, with which it had been confounded, and we have no difficulty in recognizing it as an epidemic or exanthematic typhus. The chapter De Phthise Contagiosa is of special interest to us as one of the earliest and clearest statements on the subject. He says that previous writers have spoken of phthisis as originating in catarrh, attacking the lungs, or the rupture of a blood vessel, or an abscess in the lung, or the sequence of a pleurisy or a pneumonia. But very few have spoken of contagion as an all-important cause. Habitual residence with a consumptive he regards as one of the most common sources of the disease, the germs of which may remain attached to clothing and rooms for a year or more. He recognizes the similarity of the hereditary and the contagious forms. The third book, devoted to treatment, is not very satisfactory, though there is a modern flavor in the statement that the germs which must be first attacked may be scattered or broken or chased away or dispelled by antipathy. In the section on the treatment of phthisis he has not progressed beyond Galen or Celsus. By far the best chapter in the book is devoted to syphilis, an extended consideration in prose of the subject, the poetical consideration of which as a younger man had made him famous. 3. The countless contributions on the subject of syphilis in the 15th and 16th century belong now to the musty volumes of forgotten lore. Only two, possessing perennial interest, appear and reappear as witnesses to the vigor and vitality of the minds which produced them. Both were written by poets, but the better poet wrote in prose, and while not a physician, gave one of the most realistic pictures of the disease which exists in literature. Ulrich von Hutten, poet, satirist, soldier, reformer, the greatest name after Luther and Erasmus in the Reformation, suffered with the new disease for many years. The famous treatise on Guaiacum, 1519, is an account of his own case and those of his friends, and of their weary sufferings until relieved by the new drug, Guaiacum, lignum sanctum, the mode of preparation of which and indications for use he lays down with the skill of an artist. Apart altogether from the unique interest attaching to von Hutten as a man, his little book is well worth reading as giving a graphic first-hand account of syphilis as it appeared early in the 16th century. German editions are easy to procure. One, edited by Oppenheimer, was recently published by Hirschfeld, Berlin, 1902. The other contribution is the celebrated poem of Fracastorius, the title page of which is here reproduced, page 282. Next to the famous Regimen Sanitatis of the school of Salernum, it ranks as the most popular poem in medical literature. The original edition is a small quarto, issued from a Verona press, and not a very good example of the printing of the period. To its enduring popularity, the numerous editions in the Surgeon General's Library, Washington, and in the British Museum bear witness, and every few years a new translation appears in French, German, or Italian. An English translation by Nahum Tate in 1686 was published afterwards as a sort of supplement, with separate pagination, to Dryden's Examen Poeticum, or Miscellany Poems, 1693, third part. A little quarto of 70 pages in Latin verse, it brought to the author both literary and professional fame. His contemporaries exhausted the resources of the language in praise of a performance whose Virgilian beauties excelled anything that had been written since classical days. Modern commentators have been more critical, and have not found the poem so full of divine graces. A well-known scholar, whose judgment I asked, sent the following: I am frankly disappointed with Fracastorius's poem. The Latin and the metrical propriety are admirable, but there seems to me to be an intolerable amount of gas in it, and I think he attached more importance to the form than to the matter. I had hoped he would have been more definite about the form in which the disease showed itself in the 16th century, and the remedies he proposes seem to me to be used more as an opportunity of introducing a number of sounding words of trees and places in a setting of classical mythology than as a series of well-considered prescriptions. But perhaps I do him injustice. Lucretius, with his account of the plague at Athens, would have given him a better model. Following the example of von Hutten, who dedicated his treatise to the Archbishop of Mayence, Fracastorius inscribed his work to his friend Bembo, a prince of the Church and secretary to Pope Leo X. As at this time the disease was not thought to be wholly of venereal origin, such a dedication would not be deemed inappropriate. Apart altogether from the poetical interest, which after all is subsidiary, the work is of the greatest value as a contemporary picture of the disease, embodying the opinions of an intelligent observer upon its origin. In one other point it is notable. The word syphilis, invented by Fracastor for the disease, occurs in the poem as the name of one of the characters. Nowhere in the poem does he say why the disease is called after the shepherd, or why he invented it, but in his section on Le Mal Français, in De Contagione, 1546, he says, "In my poem I gave it the name syphilis. It had been known by many names, morbus gallicus, mal français, the French pox, the Neapolitan disease, and morbus venereus, and so forth. But from this time the new name became common, and gradually came into general use." To appreciate the rapid popularity of the poem, it is to be remembered that in the early part of the 16th century syphilis was regarded as a mysterious epidemic, hitherto unknown, which had struck terror into all hearts by the rapidity of its spread, the ravages it made, and the apparent helplessness of the physicians to cure it. The poem is an exposition of Fracastor's views on the origin, symptomatology, and cure of the new disease, which had seized astonished Europe. He accepts the usual statement that it first appeared in the French army before Naples about 1495. "To Naples first it came from France, and justly took from France its name, companion of the war." He discussed the American origin, the popular one of the day. "Say, goddess, to what cause we shall at last assign this plague, unknown to ages past? If from the western climes 'twas wafted o'er, when daring Spaniards left their native shore, resolved beyond the Atlantic to descry conjectured worlds, or in the search to die." More probable is it, he thinks, that the malign influence of the planets, particularly the conjunction of Mars and Saturn, had brought about conditions favorable to the outbreak of the plague, which had existed for ages, but slumbered at intervals. "Long since he scattered his infernal flame, and always being had, though not a name." Our elements are slaves to the rabble of the sky, and when a planet enters a new course, some mighty work of fate is to be expected. 200 years ago, when Mars and Saturn were last in conjunction, an unknown fever raged through the East, and similar plagues were predicted by the astronomers as a result of their recent position in the skies. The description of the symptoms is very complete, and there is no difficulty in recognizing the disease. There is a period of incubation, the moon 4 monthly rounds shall steer, before the appearance of convincing symptoms, and all this time the malady lurks within and grows confirmed. Gradually the victim begins to feel depressed, the roses fade from his cheeks, a leaden hue spreads over his face, and then local sores appear on the genitalia. Fracastor, with the majority of the writers of that date, thought the disease had very often an extragenital origin. "What nights ungrateful shades arise, then begin the execrable pains in arms, shoulders, and legs. Soon foul blotches spread over the skin, and pustules form. The muscles are attacked, deep ulcers form, and the bones are laid bare. Instead of tuneful speech, imperfect sounds result from involvement of the vocal cords. In places the humor grows fixed and hardens to a node. He then pictures a fair and beautiful youth, full of the pride of life and the joys of health, stricken with the terrible plague and deformed out of all recognition, and it reminds him of the state of his beloved Italy, torn with strife and at the mercy of foreign foes. Now for our second task, and what relief our age has found against this raging grief. The patient's constitution and the temper of his blood must be considered. Get out in the open air, away from fens and lakes. Take to the chase, but not too actively. The boar, but not the stag, may be attempted. Even the plough, the rake, and the axe are not to be despised. The very house yields exercise. The hall has room for fencing and the bounding ball. Minerva, not Venus, may be sought. Diet is all important. Avoid fish, as they convert more to humors than to nourishment. Pork may be eaten, and poultry, but all coarser foods must be spurned. Milk is the best drink. Wine, as a rule, is to be avoided. Plenty of fresh vegetables are to be taken. If strength suffices, the patient may be bled, particularly in the spring. A bitter tonic of fennel and hops is to be ordered. The greater part, and with success more sure, by mercury perform the happy cure. A wondrous virtue in that mineral lies. Its healing power was revealed to one Ilcius, a huntsman, who was afflicted with the disease in Syria. Calero, a goddess, directed him how to get the precious metal from the spacious voids and subterranean roads, and after bathing in the lakes of liquid silver he was healed. Full directions for inunction are given. The lard of swine is used for a vehicle, mixed with larch gum and turpentine. The whole body is to be smeared except the head and breast, and then the patient is to sweat profusely under thick bed clothing. The course is to be repeated for 10 days until, the mass of humors now dissolved within, to purge themselves by spittle shall begin. Victorious health is now at hand, and all that remains is to take a bath with rosemary and lavender, vervain and yarrow, to wash all the dregs away. But the virtues of the sacred tree must also employ his muse to tell of blessing never seen or sung before. The tree is first described growing in a spacious isle, with branches ever green. So hard is the substance that it makes a saw toothless, and scarcely receives a flaw from the axe. In variegated hue the wood resembles the gaudy bow, and the natives, conscious of its use, plant it on the hills and vales. The mode of preparation and administration is as follows. Or break in splinters, which they steep a while in fountains, and when soaked in vessels boil, regardless how too fierce a fire may make the juice run o'er, whose healing froth they take, with which they bathe their limbs where pustules breed, and heal the breaches where dire ulcers feed. Half boiled away the remnant they retain, and adding honey, boil the chips again. To use no liquor when they dine, their country's law and greater priest enjoin. The first decoction with the rising light they drink, and once again at fall of night. This course they strictly hold when once begun, till Cynthia has her monthly progress run, housed all the while where no offensive wind, nor the least breath of air can entrance find. It is interesting to compare the account of the cure with that given by Ulrich von Hutten. While not so full in detail, it agrees in the main, and particularly in the last injunction, to house the patient during it so that no fresh air can reach him, and to restrict the diet to just so much food as can barely life preserve. In both, the cure was to last for 30 days. As Fournier remarks in a note in his translation of the Morbus Gallicus, the identity of the directions in these two writers, pharmacological and general, speak for a fixed and consecrated plan which was followed with scrupulous exactness. there is told the story of the discovery of the New World by Columbus, and the joy of the sailors in its wonders. Unhappily they shot some beautiful birds, beloved of the sun god, and a prophecy of dire ills was uttered by one of the birds, which escaped. Nor end your sufferings here, a strange disease and most obscene shall on your bodies seize. By chance, before they left, the natives held the great festival to the sun god, but grief was on all faces. All languished with the same obscene disease. But the priest in snowy robes displayed the boughs of healing guaiacum with which he purged the tainted ground. This, the native prince assured the Spanish general, was the disease the holy bird had predicted would attack his men, and he told the story of the origin of the plague and the discovery of guaiacum as a cure. A shepherd once, distrust not ancient fame, possessed these downs, and syphilis his name. He kept the flocks of King Alcathous, and one year the drought was so extreme that the cattle perished for want of water. So incensed was Syphilis that he blasphemed the sun god in good set terms, and decided from henceforth to offer no sacrifices to him, but to worship King Alcithous. The shepherd won all the people to his way, and the king was overjoyed, and proclaimed himself, in earth's low sphere, to be the only and sufficient deity. But the sun god, enraged, darted forth infection on air, earth, and streams, and Syphilis became the first victim of the new disease. He first wore buboes dreadful to the sight, first felt strange pains, and sleepless passed the night. From him the malady received its name. Becoming a general pestilence, the sun god was appealed to, and his priests promised a cure if a proper sacrifice was made to appease the offended deity. The lot fell on Syphilis, who was bound on the altar, with his throat laid open to the uplifted knife, but at the last moment Juno interceded and commanded them to slay a heifer in his stead. An annual sacrifice in commemoration of this event was held, and a swine bound to the altar to witness Syphilis his crime. The guaiacum was given as a cure for the disease. The afflicted sailors learned of the natives how to prepare the remedy, and, not forgetful of their country's good, freighted their largest ships with the rich wood. Iberian coasts, you first were happy made with this rich plant, and wondered at its aid. Known now to France and neighboring Germany, cold Scythian coasts and temperate Italy, to Europe's bounds all bless the vital tree. Joseph, the other long poem of Fracastorius, was translated into English by Joshua Sylvester with the following remarkable title: The Maiden's Blush, Joseph, Mirror of Modesty, Map of Piety, Maze of Destiny, or rather Divine Providence, from the Latin of Fracastorius, translated and dedicated to the High Hopeful Charles, Prince of Wales, London, 1620, 12mo. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Harvey and His Discovery, Part 1. 1. Only those of us, Mr. President and Fellows, who have had the good fortune to hold the distinguished position which by your kind grace, sir, I hold today, only those of us who have delivered the Harveyan oration can appreciate the extraordinary difficulties besetting a subject, every aspect of which has been considered, very often, too, by men who have brought to the task a combination of learning and literary skill at once the envy and the despair of their successors. But I take it, sir, that in this Ambarvalia, or commemorative festival for blessing the fruits of our great men, ordained definitely as much by Him whose memory is chiefly in our minds today, our presence here in due order and array confers distinction upon an occasion of which the oration is but an incident. But honor worthy of such a theme should be associated with full knowledge of the conditions under which these great men lived and moved, and here comes in the real difficulty, because it is rarely possible to bring the fruits of independent critical investigation into their lives and works. Particularly hard is it for those of us who have had to live the life of the arena. Our best efforts bear the stamp of the student, not of the scholar. In my own case, a deep reverence for the mighty minds of old, and a keen appreciation of the importance to our profession of a study of history, may be put in the scales against defects for the appreciation of which I have still remaining sufficient self-detachment. The lesson of the day is the lesson of their lives, but because of the ever-increasing mental strain in this age of hurry, few of us have the leisure, fewer still, I fear, the inclination, to read it thoroughly. Only with a knowledge of the persistency with which they waged the battle for truth, and of the greatness of their victory, does the memory of the illustrious dead become duly precious to us. History is simply the biography of the mind of man, and our interest in history and its educational value to us is directly proportionate to the completeness of our study of the individuals through whom this mind has been manifested. To understand clearly our position in any science today, we must go back to its beginnings, and trace its gradual development, following certain laws, difficult to interpret, and often obscured in the brilliancy of achievements, laws which everywhere illustrate this biography, this human endeavor, working through the long ages, and particularly is this the case with the history of the organized experience of the race which we call science. In the first place, like a living organism, truth grows, and this gradual evolution may be traced from the tiny germ to the mature product. Never springing, Minerva-like, to full stature at once, truth may suffer all the hazards incident to generation and gestation. Much of history is a record of the mishaps of truths, which have struggled to the birth only to die, or else to wither in premature decay. Or the germ may be dormant for centuries, awaiting the fullness of time. Secondly, all scientific truth is conditioned by the state of knowledge at the time of its announcement. Thus, at the beginning of the 17th century, the science of optics and mechanical appliances had not made possible, so far as the human mind was concerned, the existence of blood capillaries and blood corpuscles. Jenner could not have added to his inquiry a discourse on immunity. Sir William Perkin and the chemists made Coke possible. Pasteur gave the conditions that produced Lister. Davy and others furnished the preliminaries necessary for anesthesia. Everywhere we find this invariable filiation, one event following the other in orderly sequence. Mind begets mind, as Harvey says. Opinion is the source of opinion. Democritus with his atoms, and Eudoxus with his chief good, which he placed in pleasure, impregnated Epicurus. The four elements of Empedocles, Aristotle, the doctrine of the ancient Thebans, Pythagoras and Plato, geometry, Euclid, de generatione. And thirdly, to scientific truth alone may the homo mensura principle be applied, since of all mental treasures of the race it alone compels general acquiescence. That this general acquiescence, this aspect of certainty, is not reached per saltum, but is of slow, often of difficult growth, marked by failures and frailties, but crowned at last with an acceptance accorded to no other product of mental activity, is illustrated by every important discovery from Copernicus to Darwin. The growth of truth corresponds to the states of knowledge described by Plato in the Theaetetus: acquisition, latent possession, conscious possession. Scarcely a discovery can be named which does not present these phases in its evolution. Take, for example, one of the most recent. Long years of labor gave us a full knowledge of syphilis. Centuries of acquisition added one fact to another until we had a body of clinical and pathological knowledge of remarkable fullness. For the last quarter of a century we have had latent possession of the cause of the disease, as no one could doubt the legitimate inference from discoveries in other acute infections. The conscious possession has just been given to us. After scores of investigators had struggled in vain with the problem, came Schaudinn with an instinct for truth, with a capacity to pass beyond the routine of his day, and with a vision for the whole where others had seen but in part. It is one of the tragedies of science that this brilliant investigator, with capabilities for work so phenomenal, should have been cut off at the very threshold of his career. The cancer problem, still in the stage of latent possession, awaits the advent of a man of the same type. In 100 other less important problems, acquisition has by slow stages become latent possession, and there needs but the final touch, the crystal in the saturated solution, to give us conscious possession of the truth. But when these stages are ended, there remains the final struggle for general acceptance. Locke's remark that truth scarce ever yet carried it by vote anywhere at its first appearance is borne out by the history of all discoveries of the first rank. The times, however, are changing, and it is interesting to compare the cordial welcome of the pallid spirochete with the chilly reception of the tubercle bacillus. Villemin had done his great work. Kochheim and Salmonson had finally solved the problem of infectivity when Koch published his memorable studies. Others before him had seen the bacillus, but the conscious possession of the truth only came with his marvelous technique. Think of the struggle to secure acceptance. The seniors among us who lived through that instructive period remember well that only those who were awake when the dawn appeared assented at once to the brilliant demonstration. We are better prepared today, and a great discovery like that of Schaudinn is immediately put to the test by experts in many lands, and a verdict is given in a few months. We may have become more plastic and receptive, but I doubt it. Even our generation, that great generation of the last quarter of the 19th century, had a practical demonstration of the slowness of the acceptance of an obvious truth in the long fight for the aseptic treatment of wounds. There may be present some who listened, as I did, in October 1873, to an introductory lecture at one of the largest of the metropolitan schools, the burden of which was the finality of surgery. The distinguished author and teacher, dwelling on the remarkable achievements of the past, concluded that the art had all but reached its limit, little thinking that within a mile from where he spoke, the truth for which thousands had been striving, now a conscious possession in the mind of Joseph Lister, would revolutionize it. With scores of surgeons here and there throughout the world, this truth had been a latent possession. Wounds had healed per primum since Machon's day, and there were men before Joseph Lister who had striven for cleanliness in surgical technique. But not until he appeared could a great truth become so manifest that it everywhere compelled acquiescence. Yet not without a battle, a long and grievous battle, as many of us well knew, who had to contend in hospitals with the opposition of men who could not who would not, see the truth. Sooner or later, insensibly, unconsciously, the iron yoke of conformity is upon our necks, and in our minds, as in our bodies, the force of habit becomes irresistible. From our teachers and associates, from our reading, from the social atmosphere about us, we catch the beliefs of the day, and they become ingrained, part of our nature. For most of us this happens in the haphazard process we call education, and it goes on just as long as we retain any mental receptivity. It was never better expressed than in the famous lines that occurred to Henry Sedgwick in his sleep. We think so because all other people think so, or because, after all, we do think so, or because we were told so and think we must think so, or because we once thought so and think we still think so, or because having thought so, we think we will think so. In departing from any settled opinion or belief, the variation, the change, the break with custom may come gradually, and the way is usually prepared. But the final break is made, as a rule, by some one individual, the masterless man of Kipling's splendid allegory, who sees with his own eyes, and with an instinct or genius for truth escapes from the routine in which his fellows live. But he often pays dearly for his boldness. Walter Bagehot tells us that the pain of a new idea is one of the greatest pains to human nature. It is, as people say, so upsetting. It makes you think that, after all, your favorite notions may be wrong, your firmest beliefs ill-founded. It is certain that till now there was no place allotted in your mind to the new and startling inhabitant, and now that it has conquered an entrance, you do not at once see which of your old ideas it will not turn out, with which of them it can be reconciled, and with which it is at essential enmity. It is on this account that the man who expresses a new idea is very apt to be abused and ill-treated. All this is common among common men, but there is something much worse, which has been illustrated over and over again in history. How eminent soever a man may become in science, he is very apt to carry with him errors which were in vogue when he was young, errors that darken his understanding and make him incapable of accepting even the most obvious truths. It is a great consolation to know that even Harvey came within the range of this law. In the matter of the lymphatic system, it is the most human touch in his career. By no single event in the history of science is the growth of truth through the slow stages of acquisition, the briefer period of latent possession, and the period, so glorious for us, of conscious possession, better shown than in the discovery of the circulation of the blood. You will all agree with me that a fellow in this college must take his courage in both hands who would, in this place and before this audience, attempt to discuss any aspect of this problem. After nearly 3 centuries of orations, the very pictures and books in this hall might be expected to cry out upon him. But I have so taken my courage, confident that in using it to illustrate certain aspects of the growth of truth, I am but obeying the command of Plato, who insists that principles such as these cannot be too often or too strongly enforced. There is a younger generation, too, the members of which are never the worse for the repetition of a good story, stale though it may be in all its aspects to their elders. And then there is that larger audience to be considered, to which the season is never inappropriate to speak a word. 2. The 16th century, drawing to a close, had been a period of acquisition unequaled in history. Brooding over the face of the waters of medievalism, the spirit of the Renaissance brought forth a science of the world and of man which practically created a new heaven and a new earth, and the truths announced by Copernicus and Galileo far transcended the searching schoolman's view, and half had staggered that stout Stagirite. Among other things, it had given to medicine a new spirit, a new anatomy, and a new chemistry. In the latter part of the 15th century, Hippocrates and Galen came to their own again. A wave of enthusiasm for the fathers in medicine swept over the profession, and for at least 2 generations the best energies of its best minds were devoted to the study of their writings. How numerous and important is that remarkable group of men, the medical humanists of the Renaissance, we may judge by a glance at Bailey's Biography médicale, in which the lives are arranged in chronological order. From Garbo of Bologna, surnamed the Expositor, to Rabelais, more than 150 biographies and bibliographies are given, and at least one half of these men had either translated or edited works of the Greek physicians. Of our founder, one of the most distinguished of the group, and of his influence in reviving the study of Galen, and so indirectly of his influence upon Harvey, Dr. Payne's story still lingers in our memories. Leonicenus, Linacre, Gontier, Monti, Koch, Camerarius, Keyes, Fuchs, Zerby, Cornarus, and men of their stamp not only swept away Arabian impurities from the medicine of the day, but also revived Greek ideals and introduced scientific methods. The great practical acquisition of the century was a new anatomy. Vesalius and his followers gave for the first time an accurate account of the structure of the human body, and while thus enlarging and correcting the work of Galen, contributed to weaken the almost divine authority with which he dominated the schools. Nearly another century passed before chemistry, in the hands of Boyle and others, reached its modern phase, but the work of Paracelsus, based on that of the pious Spagyrist Basil Valentine, had, by following its possibilities, directed men's minds strongly to the new science. But the new spirit alone was essential, since it established the intellectual and moral freedom by which the fetters of dogma, authority, and scholasticism were forever loosened from the minds of men. Into this world, we may say, stepped a young Folkestone lad when, on the last day of May, 1593, he matriculated at Cambridge. Harvey's education may be traced without difficulty, because the influences which shaped his studies were those which had for a century prevailed in the profession of this country. We do not know the reason for selection of Caius College, which, so far as I can gather, had no special connection with the Canterbury School. Perhaps it was chosen because of the advice of the family physician, or of a friend, or of his rector. Or else his father may have known Caius, or the foundation may already have become famous as a resort for those about to enter on the physic line. Or, quite as likely as we so often find in our experience, some trivial incident may have turned his thoughts towards medicine. When he came up in 1593, there were those of middle age who could tell racy stories of Caius, the co-founder of the college, against whose iron rule they had rebelled. Charged not only with the show of a perverse stomach to the professors of the gospel, but with atheism, the last days of Caius' noble life were embittered by strife and misunderstanding. Doubtless the generous souls among them had long since learned to realize the greatness of his character, and were content to leave the heat of his faith to God's sole judgment, and the light of his good works to men's imitation. With which words, half a century later, the inimitable Fuller concludes a short sketch of his life. I like to think that perhaps one of these very rebels, noting the studious and inquisitive nature of Harvey, had put into the lad's hand the little tractate De Libris Propriis, from which to glean a knowledge of the life and works of their great benefactor. The contemplation of such a career as that of Caius could not but inspire any young man with enthusiasm. No one in the profession in England had before that time reached a position which can be called European. An enthusiastic student and the friend of all the great scholars of the day, a learned commentator on the works of the Fathers, the first English student of clinical medicine, a successful teacher and practitioner, a keen naturalist, a liberal patron of learning and letters, a tender and sympathetic friend, Johannes Caius is one of the great figures in our history. Nor need I, before this audience, dwell on his devotion to our interests, except to say that the memory of no fellow on our roll should be more precious to us. 4 years hence, on October 6, will occur the quarter-centenary of his birth. As well in love as in gratitude, we could celebrate it in no more appropriate manner, and in none that would touch his spirit more closely, than by the issue of a fine edition of his principal works, including the manuscript annals of the college. For the preparation of this there are those among us well fitted, not less by veneration for his memory than by the possession of that critical scholarship which he valued so highly. When Harvey set out on the grand tour, Italy was still the Mater Gloriosa Studiorum, to which 100 years earlier, so tradition says, Linacre on leaving had erected an altar. The glamour of the ideals of the Renaissance had faded somewhat since the days when John Free, an Oxford man, had made the ancient learning his own, and had so far bettered the instruction of his masters that he was welcomed as a teacher in Padua, Ferrara, and Florence. In a measure, too, the national glory had departed, dimmed amid the strife and warfare which had cost the old republics their independence. Many years earlier, Fracastorius, one of our medical poets, had sung of her decadence. To what a state, O wretched Italy, has civil strife reduced and mouldered thee? Where now are all thy ancient glories hurled? Where is thy boasted empire of the world? What nook in thee from barbarous rage is freed, and has not seen thy captive children bleed? And matters had not improved, but had grown worse. In the 16th century Italian influence had sunk deeply into the social, professional, and commercial life of England, more deeply indeed than we appreciate. And it was not until a generation or two later that the candlesticks were removed from the Cisalpine towns to Montpellier, Paris, and Leyden. In 1598 a well-to-do young Englishman, who wished to study medicine thoroughly, went to North Italy, and most naturally to Padua, fair Padua, nursery of the arts, whose close affiliations with us may be gathered from the fact that she has given us more presidents than any university save Oxford and Cambridge. In the years that had passed since Vesalius had retired in disgust, the fame of its anatomical school had been well maintained by Fallopius, Columbus, and Fabricius, worthy successors of the great masters. Of each may be said what Douglas says of the first names: in docendo maximum methodicus, in medendo felicissimus, in secundo expertissimus. While the story of Harvey's student life can never be told as we could wish, we know enough to enable us to understand the influences which molded his career. In Fabricius he found a man to make his life model. To the enthusiastic teacher and investigator were added those other qualities so attractive to the youthful mind, generous sympathies and a keen sense of the wider responsibilities of his position, as shown in building, at his own expense, a new anatomical theatre for the university. Wide as was the range of his master's studies, embracing not anatomy only, but medicine and surgery also, the contributions by which he is most distinguished are upon subjects in which Harvey himself subsequently made an undying reputation. The activity of his literary life did not begin until he had been teaching nearly 40 years, and it is a fact of the highest significance that during the very period of Harvey's stay in Padua, Fabricius must have been deep in the study of embryology and of the anatomy of the vascular system. His great work on generation was the model on which Harvey based his own, in some ways more accurate studies in which, as my colleague Professor Brooks of the Johns Hopkins University has pointed out, he anticipated Wolff and von Baer. The work of Fabricius, which really concerns us here, is the De Venerum Osteolis. Others before him had seen and described the valves of the veins: Carolus, one of the great Stephani, Sylvius, and Paul Sarpi. But an abler hand now attacked the subject, and has left us a monograph which, for completeness and for accuracy and beauty of illustration, has scarcely its equal in anatomical literature. If we compare Plate 7, for example, with the illustrations of the same structures in the Bidloo or the Cooper Anatomy, published nearly 100 years later, we can appreciate the advantages which Harvey must have enjoyed in working with such a master. Indeed, it is not too far-fetched to imagine him, scalpel in hand, making some of the very dissections from which these wonderful drawings were taken. But here comes the mystery. How Fabricius, a man who did such work, how a teacher of such wide learning and such remarkable powers of observation, could have been so blinded as to overlook the truth which was tumbling out, so to speak, at his feet, is to us incomprehensible. But his eyes were sealed, and to him, as to his greater predecessors in the chair, clear vision was denied. The dead hand of the great Pergamite lay heavy on all thought, and Descartes had not yet changed the beginning of philosophy from wonder to doubt. Not without a feeling of pity do we read of the hopeless struggle of these great men to escape from slavish submission to authority. but it is not for us in these light days to gauge the depth of the sacred veneration with which they regarded the Fathers. Their mental attitude is expressed in a well-known poem of Browning's. Those divine men of old time have reached, thou sayest well, each at one point, the outside verge that rounds our faculty, and where they reached, who can do more than reach? Willing to correct observations or to extend anatomy by careful dissection, it was too much to expect from them either a new interpretation of the old facts or a knowledge of the method by which those facts could be correctly interpreted. The ingenious explanation which Fabricius gave of the use of the valves of the veins to serve as dams or checks to the flow of the blood, so that it would not irrigate too rapidly and overflow the peripheral vessels to the deprivation of the upper parts of the limbs, shows how the old physiology dominated the most distinguished teacher of the time in the most distinguished school in Europe. This may have been the very suggestion to his pupil of the more excellent way. Was it while listening to this ingenious explanation of his master that in a moment of abstraction, dimly dreaming perhaps of an English home far away and long forsaken, there came to Harvey a heaven-sent moment, a sudden inspiration, a passing doubt nursed for long in silence, which ultimately grew into the great truth of 1616? The works of Vesalius, of Fallopius, and of Fabricius effected a revolution in anatomy, but there was not at the close of the 16th century a new physiology. Though he had lost an anatomical throne, Galen ruled absolutely in all conceptions of the functions of the body, and in no department more serenely than in that relating to the heart, the blood, and its movements. Upon his views I need not dwell further than to remind you that he regarded the liver as the source of the blood, of which there were two kinds, the one in the veins, the other in the arteries, both kinds in ceaseless ebb and flow, the only communication between these closed systems being through pores in the ventricular septum. He knew the lesser circulation, but thought it only for the nutrition of the lungs. The heart was a lamp furnished with oil by the blood and with air by the lungs. Practically until the middle of the 17th century, Galen's physiology ruled the schools, and yet for years the professors had been in latent possession of a knowledge of the circulation. Indeed, a good case has been made out for Hippocrates, in whose works occur some remarkably suggestive sentences. In the 16th century the lesser circulation was described with admirable fullness by Servetus and by Columbus, and both Sarpi and Caesalpinus had Hippocratic glimmerings of the greater circulation. These men, with others doubtless, were in latent possession of the truth. But every one of them saw darkly through Galenian glasses, and theirs was the hard but the common lot never to reach such conscious possession as everywhere to make men acquiesce. One must have the disinterestedness of the dead to deal with a problem about which controversy has raged, and in which national issues have been allowed to blur the brightness of an image which would be clear as day to those with eyes to see. Nor would I refer to a matter long since settled by those best competent to judge, had not the well-known work of Luciani, the distinguished professor of physiology at Rome, appeared recently in German dress, and spread broadcast views to which, with a chauvinism unworthy of their history, our Italian brethren still adhere. It has been well said that he alone discovers who proves, and in the matter of the circulation of the blood this was reserved for the pupil of Fabricius. Skipping many arduous years, we next meet him as Lumleian lecturer to the college. 3. The really notable years in the annals of medicine are not very numerous. We have a calendar filled with glorious names, but among the saints of science, if we know an era, it is as much as can be expected, perhaps because such men are less identified with achievements than representative of the times in which they lived. With many of our greatest names we cannot associate any fixed dates. The Greeks who made Hippocrates possible are associated by tradition with some theory, or a small point in anatomy, or merely with the place of their birth, and the Floruit cannot always be fixed with accuracy. Hippocrates himself, Erasistratus, Galen, and Aretius have no days in our calendar. We keep no festival in their honor, as the churches honor St. Jerome and St. Chrysostom. It is not until after the Renaissance that certain years, anni mirabilis, stand out in bold relief as connected with memorable discoveries, or with the publication of revolutionary works. Nevertheless, only a few in each century. Even the 16th, so rich in discoveries, has not more than 5 or 6 such years, and not one of them is connected with work done in this country. In the 17th century it is hard to name 4 made memorable by the announcement of great discoveries or the publication of famous works. In the 18th century there are barely 3, while in the century just completed, though it is replete with extraordinary discoveries, one is hard-pressed to name half a dozen years which flash into memory as made ever memorable by great achievements. Of the 3 most important, anesthesia, sanitation, and antiseptic surgery, only the first can be dated 1846, and that for its practical application. For the other 2 discoveries, who will settle upon the year in which the greatest advance was made, or one which could be selected for an anniversary in our calendar? There is one dies mirabilis in the history of the college, in the history indeed of the medical profession of this country, and the circumstances which made it memorable are well known to us. At 10 o'clock on a bright spring morning, April 17, 1616, an unusually large company was attracted to the new anatomical theatre of the Physicians' College, Amen Street. The second Lumleian lecture of the annual course, given that year by a new man, had drawn a larger gathering than usual, due in part to the brilliancy of the demonstration on the previous day, but also, it may be, because rumors had spread abroad about strange views to be propounded by the lecturer. I do not know if at the college the same stringent rules as to compulsory attendance prevailed as at the Barber Surgeons' Hall. Doubtless not, but the president and censors and fellows would be there in due array, and with the help of the picture of the Anatomy Lecture by Bannister, which is in the Hunterian Collection, Glasgow, and a photograph of which Dr. Payne has recently put in our library, we can bring to mind this memorable occasion. We see the Anatomy, one of the 6 annually handed over to the college, on the table, the prosector standing by, the skeleton near at hand, and very probably on the wall the very tabulae of dissection of the arteries, veins, and nerves that hang above us today. But the center of attention is the lecturer, a small dark man, wand in hand, with black piercing eyes, a quick vivacious manner, and with an ease and grace in demonstrating which bespeaks the mastery of a subject studied for 20 years with a devotion that we can describe as Hunterian. A fellow of 9 years' standing, there was still the salt of youth in William Harvey when, not, we may suppose, without some trepidation, he faced his auditors on this second day, a not uncritical audience, including many men well versed in the knowledge of the time, and many who had heard all the best lecturers of Europe. The president, Henry Atkins, after whose name in our register stands the mysterious word Corb, had already had his full share of official lectures, less burdensome 300 years ago than now. Let us hope the lecture of the previous day had whetted his somewhat jaded appetite. The censors of the year formed an interesting group: John Argent, a Cambridge man, a great prop of the college, and often president, of whom but little remains known; Richard Palmer, also of Cambridge, and remembered now only for his connection with Prince Henry's typhoid fever, as Dr. Norman Moore has told us; Matthew Gwynne, of Oxford, first professor of physic at Gresham College, and a playwright of some note in his day; And Theodore Golston of Merton College, one of our great benefactors, and for 267 years past and gone purveyor-in-chief of reputation to the younger fellows of the college. Mayerne would be there, not yet a fellow, but happy in his escape from the Paris faculty. Still dusty with conflict, he would scent the battle afar in the revolutionary statements which he heard. Meverell, fresh from incorporation at Cambridge, also not yet a fellow. Mondeford, often president, whose little book Vir Bonus sets forth his life. Paddy, a noteworthy benefactor, a keen student, still gratefully remembered at Oxford, would have strolled in with his old friend Gwynne. Baldwin Hamey, the elder, also a benefactor, would be there, and perhaps he had brought his more interesting son, then preparing to enter Leyden, whose memory should be ever green among us. Let us hope Thomas Winston, probably an old fellow student at Padua, and later appointed professor of physic at Gresham College, was absent, as we can then be more charitable towards the sins of omission in his work on anatomy, published after his death, which, so far as I can read, contrary to the statement of Monk, roll of the college, contains no word of the new doctrine. As an old Paduan and fresh from its anatomical school, the younger Craig would not be absent. Flood, the Rosicrucian, of course, was present, attracted perhaps by rumors of anti-Galenian doctrines which had served to keep him out of the college. Nor would he be likely to be absent at the festival of one whom he calls his physical and theosophical patron. And certainly on such an occasion that able Aberdonian, Alexander Reid, would be there, whose Somatographia had just appeared, with an extraordinarily full account of the vascular system. Reid was a good anatomist, one of our most distinguished medico-chirurgical fellows, and a liberal benefactor. If, as has been stated, he was not a convert on account of his age, it was on account of his youth, for the Harveyan doctrine, if in meagre form, is to be found in the later editions, 5th, of his manual. But we would miss Lodge, the poet, cried up at the last for physic, as he had recently started for the Continent, and we may be sure that Harvey's old fellow students at Padua, Fortescue, Fox, Willoughby, Monsell, and Darcy, would honor their friend and colleague with their presence, and Edward Lister, also a fellow Paduan, the first of his name in a family which has given 3 members to our profession, 2 distinguished and 1 immortal. It was not a large gathering, as the fellows, members, licentiates, and candidates numbered only about 40, but as the lecture was a great event in the community, there would be present many interested and intelligent laymen of the type of Digby and Ashmole and Pepys, the curious as they were called, for whom throughout the 17th century the anatomy lecture equaled the play in attraction. As it was delivered in Latin, only interspersed here and there with English words and illustrations, there were probably more who heard than who comprehended, as Sir Thomas Browne indicated to his son Edward when he lectured at Chirurgians' Hall. It is a fortunate and perhaps a unique circumstance in bibliography that the manuscript of this course of lectures should have been preserved, and that we should be able to follow the demonstration step by step, a long and formidable procedure, as the whole anatomy of the thoracic organs was discussed. I dare say there was a prolonged break between the morning and the afternoon lecture for a fine dinner, such as Pepys described when, on February 27, 1663, he went with Harvey's pupil Scarborough to Chirurgians' Hall, and was used with extraordinary great respect. Towards the close, after discussing in novel and modern terms the structure and action of the heart, Harvey summed up in a few sentences the conclusion of the matter. They stand as follows in the Prelectiones, published by the College in 1886. W.H. Constat per fabricum cordi sanguinem per pulmones in aortum perpetuo transferi, as by 2 clacks of a water bellows to raise water, constat per ligaturum transitum sanguinis ab arteries ad venis und perpetuum sanguinis motum in circulo fieri pulsu cordis. Probably few in the lecture hall appreciated the full meaning of these words, which to some must have seemed a blot on the whole performance, while others, perhaps all with the feelings of the fishes after St. Anthony's well-known sermon, much delighted were they, but preferred the old way, returned to their homes wondering what he would say on the morrow when the divine banquet of the brain was to be spread before them. One thing was certain: the lecture gave evidence of a skilled anatomist of remarkably wide experience and well versed in literature from Aristotle to Fabricius. While Harvey could agree with John Hunter, who states in a manuscript introductory lecture in the college library, "I deliver nothing I have not seen and observed myself," he could not add with him, "I am not a reader of books." Nearly 100 references to some 20 authors occur in the manuscript of the Thorax, or, as he calls it, the Parlor Lecture. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13 of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Harvey and His Discovery, Part 2. It is a great pity that we have no contemporary account of the impression on such men as Mayerne or Reid of the new doctrines, for which we have the author's statement that they were taught annually and elaborated. So far as I know, there is no reference to show that the lectures had any immediate influence in the profession, or indeed that the subject matter ever got beyond the circle of the college. We are not without a first-hand account by the author of his reception. These views, as usual, pleased some more, others less. Some chid and calumniated me, and laid it to me as a crime that I had dared to depart from the precepts and opinions of all anatomists. Others desired further explanation of the novelties. It is difficult for us to realize the mental attitude of the men who listened year by year as the turn of the parlor lecture came. Their opinions, no less firmly held than is our positive knowledge, did not get much beyond "the great dictator Hippocrates puts us in mind of it," "Galen has 1,000 times inculcated the same," "the prince of the Arabian tribe Avicenna has set his seal unto it." This expresses their mental state, and such a heresy as a general circulation could scarcely be appreciated, and in a man of such good parts as Harvey would in pity be condoned, just as we overlook the mild intellectual vagaries of our friends. Bootless to ask, impossible to answer, is the question why Harvey delayed for 12 years the publication of his views. He seems to have belonged to that interesting type of man, not uncommon in every age, who knows too much to write. It is not a little remarkable that this reticence of learning has been a strong mental feature in some of the greatest of discoverers. Perhaps it was the motive of Copernicus, who so dreaded the prejudices of mankind that for 30 years he is said to have detained in his closet the treatise of revolutions. From what Harvey says, very much the same reasons restrained the publication of his work. To the lesser circulation, with the authority of Galen and Columbus to support it, men will give their adhesion, but the general circulation is of so novel and unheard of character that I do not only fear injury to myself from the envy of a few, but I tremble lest I have mankind at large for my enemies, so much doth wont and custom, that has become as another nature, and doctrine once sown, and that hath struck deep root and rested from antiquity, influence all men. He felt, as he says to Riolan, that it was in some sort criminal to call in question doctrines that had descended through a long succession of ages and carried the authority of the ancients. But he appealed unto nature, that bowed to no antiquity, and was of still higher authority than the ancients. Men have been for years in conscious possession of some of the greatest of truths before venturing to publish them. Napier spent 20 years developing the theory of logarithms, and Bacon kept the Novum Organum by him for 12 years, and year by year touched it up. Indeed, Rowley states that he saw 12 copies. Two other famous discoveries by Englishmen have the same curious history, the two which can alone be said to be greater than the demonstration of the circulation of the blood. Zachariah Wood speaks of Harvey as the surmiser of the little world, to distinguish him from another Englishman who first went about the greater world. But a greater than both, Isaac Newton, had grasped the secret of a cosmic circulation and brooded in silence over the motion of the spheres for more than 20 years before publishing the Principia. Between the writing of the rough sketch in 1842 and the appearance of The Origin of Species 17 years elapsed, and from the date of the Journal Notes, 1836, in which we have the first intimation of Darwin's theory, more than 20 years. In Harvey's case, this intellectual reticence, this hesitation to quit the peaceful haven, as he says, has cost us dear. Only a happy accident gave us the De Generatione, and the college can never be too grateful to Sir George Ent for that Christmas visit, 1650, so graphically described, to which we owe one of the masterpieces of English medicine. How many 17th century treatises we could have spared to have had the practice of medicine conformable to his thesis of the circulation of the blood! How instructive his prospective medical observations would have been we can gather from the remarkable series of cases scattered through the manuscript notes and his published writings. His treatise apart on eventilation or respiration, the medical anatomy, or anatomy in its application to medicine, as he says, I also intend putting to press. The work from Observations in my possession on Organs of Motion in Animals, all of these, with the work on Generation in Insects, and others mentioned by Dr. Merritt, then library keeper, 1667, were probably dispersed when those sons of Belial ransacked his chambers at Whitehall. Still, the die is cast, and my trust is in the love of truth and the candor that inheres in cultivated minds. With these words he consoles himself, knowing from experience that the publication of even a portion of the work would raise a tempest. Zachariah Wood, in the preface to the English edition, 1673, expresses what many of his contemporaries must have felt. Truly a bold man indeed, O disturber of the quiet of physicians, O seditious citizen of the physical commonwealth, who first of all durst oppose an opinion conformed for so many ages by the consent of all. De Bach of Amsterdam describes the dilemma in which teachers found themselves. This new thing I did examine, which the first entrance did seem very easily to be refuted, but being weighed in a just balance, and having added to reason my own eyesight, it was found inexpugnable, nay, the very prick of truth enforcing, to be embraced with both arms. What should I do? Must Hippocrates be left? Galen slighted? No, if we follow the truth sensed with reason and our sense, we are still Hippocrates his, we are still Galen's. English edition, 1653. The history of the next 30 years illustrates the truth of Locke's dictum in the struggle for acceptance. Not the least interesting part of the story, it should be told at greater length and with more detail than it has yet received, more than I am able to give it. That the repeated demonstrations, aided by the strong personal influence of the man, brought the college as a body to the new views, is witnessed rather by the esteem and affection the fellows bore to Harvey than by any direct evidence. The appearance of the book in 1628 made no great stir. It was not a literary sensation, a not uncommon fate of epoch-making works, the authors of which are too far ahead of their contemporaries to be appreciated. The same thing happened to Newton's Principia. As Sir William Petty remarks, I have not met with one man that put an extraordinary value on the book. Among Englishmen, Primrose alone, brought up among the strictest sect of the Galenists, and at the time not a Fellow, wrote a criticism from the old standpoint (1632), and remained unconvinced 12 years later, as his controversy with Regius shows. And only one special treatise in favor of the circulation was written in England, that of Sir George Ent, a pupil and friend of Harvey, who wrote (1641) specially against Parasanus, a Venetian, a foeman quite unworthy of his quill. In the universities the new doctrine rapidly gained acceptance, in Cambridge through the influence of Glisson, while in part to Harvey's work and influence may be attributed that only too brief but golden renaissance of science at Oxford. A little incident mentioned in the autobiographical notes of the celebrated Wallace shows how the subject was taken up quite early in the universities. "And I look into it, the speculative part of physic and anatomy, as parts of natural philosophy, and, as Dr. Glisson has since told me, I was the first of his sons who, in a public disputation, maintained the circulation of the blood, which was then a new doctrine, though I had no design of practising physic." This was in the early 30s, but the older views were very hard to displace, and as late as 1651 we find such intelligent members of the Invisible College as Boyle and Petty carrying out experiments together in Ireland to satisfy themselves as to the truth of the circulation of the blood. It took much longer for the new views to reach the textbooks of the day. From no work of the period does one get a better idea of the current anatomical and physiological teaching in London than from Crookes' Body of Man (1615 and 1631). Collected out of Vesalius, Plotinus, Platerius, Laurentius, Valverde, Bacchus, and others, it is an epitome of their opinions, with the comments of the professor who read the anatomy lecture to the company of the barber surgeons. In the preface to the first edition he speaks of the contentment and profit he had received from Dr. Davis's Lumleian lectures at the College of Physicians. There is no indication in the second edition that he had benefited by the instruction of Dr. Davies' successor. Galen is followed implicitly, with here and there minor deviations. The views of Columbus on the lesser circulation are mentioned only to be dismissed as superfluous and erroneous. The Gresham professor of the day, Dr. Winston, makes no mention of the new doctrine in his Anatomy lectures, which were published after his death, 1651, and are of special interest as showing that at so late a date a work could be issued with the Galenian physiology unchanged. In Alexander Reid's Manual, the popular textbook of the day, the Harveyan views are given in part in the 5th edition, in which, as he says in the preface, the book of the breast is altogether new, an item of no little interest, since he was a man advanced in years, and, as he says, the hour-glass hasteneth, and but a few sands remain unrun. Highmore, the distinguished Dorsetshire anatomist and a pupil of Harvey, in his well-known Anatomy, published in 1651, gives the ablest exposition of his master's views that had appeared in any systematic work of the period, and he urges his readers to study the De Motu Cordis as fontem ipsum from which to get clearer knowledge. He quotes an appropriate motto for the period: Laudanus veteris, sed nostris ultimur annis. But even so late as 1671 the old views were maintained in the English edition of Riolan. And yet the knowledge of Harvey's views must have spread widely, not only in the profession, but in that large outside circle of distinguished men who felt the new spirit of science working in their veins. From converse, or from the Lumleian lectures, which no doubt he often attended, Kenelm Digby must have had the information about Harvey's views on generation, as at the date of the issue of his 2 treatises, 1644, they had not been published anywhere. Though he knew well the motion of the blood as expounded by Harvey, and had, in making his great antidote, studied the action of the viper's heart, Digby, like Descartes, could not emancipate himself from the old views, as shown in the following passage: "But if you desire to follow the blood all along every step in its progress from the heart round about the body till it return back again to its centre, Dr. Harvey, who most acutely teaches this doctrine, must be your guide. He will show you how it issueth from the heart by the arteries, from whence it goeth on, warming the flesh, until it arrive to some of the extremities of the body. And by then it is grown so cool, by long absence from the fountain of its heat, and by evaporating its own stock of spirits without any new supply, that it hath need of being warmed anew. It findeth itself returned back again to the heart, and is there heated again, which return is made by the veins, as its going forwards is performed only by the arteries." Sir William Temple well expresses the attitude of mind of the intellectual Philistine of the time, who looked for immediate results. Speaking of the work of Harvey and of Copernicus, he says, "Whether either of these be modern discoveries or derived from old foundations is disputed. Nay, it is so too whether they are true or no. For though reason may seem to favor them more than the contrary opinions, yet sense can hardly allow them, and to satisfy mankind both these must concur. But if they are true, yet these two great discoveries have made no change in the conclusions of astronomy nor in the practice of physic, and so have been but little use to the world, though perhaps of much honor to the authors." It is pleasant to notice that our old friend Sir Thomas Browne, with his love of paradox, declared that he preferred the circulation of the blood to the discovery of America. Of the reception of Harvey's views in Holland and Germany there is nothing to add to the admirable account given by Willis. The early and strenuous advocacy of Descartes must have influenced the Dutch physicians, but in this, as in so many other things, the infection of his early years proved too powerful, and he could not get rid of the ancient spirits. Of the discovery of the circulation he says it is la plus belle et la plus utile que l'on peut faire en médecine, tout à fait contraire aux signes touchant le mouvement du cœur, which he held to be due to an ebullition of the spirits, a sort of ferment, espèce de levain, existing in it. The theory was more actively discussed in Holland than elsewhere, and the writings of Drake, Wallius, Regius, Plempius, Sylvius, de Bach, Coringius, de Bertolini the Dane, and others threshed out the whole question very thoroughly, and their views, with those of Hoffmann, Schlegel, and others, are referred to by Willis, and given in a greater detail by Riolan. In the oft-quoted statement that Harvey, conquering envy, hath established a new doctrine in his lifetime, Hobbes was right so far as England and Holland are concerned. But it was far otherwise in France, where he met with a bitter and protracted hostility. The medical school of the University of Paris, at the time one of the best organized and most important in Europe, declined to accept the circulation of the blood during his lifetime, and for some years after his death. The history of the period is pictured for us in vivid colors in the Journal Intime, which Louis Patin kept up with his friends Spon and Falconet of Lyons, and the Belins, père et fils. With all his faults, particularly his scandalous lack of charity, one cannot but feel the keenest sympathy with this dear old man. Devoted to his saints, Hippocrates and Galen, Fernel and Duret, and to his teachers, Pietre and Riolan, to him the circulation of the blood was never more than an ingenious paradox. To such a lover of books and of good literature everything can be forgiven, and in his letters we follow with deepest interest his vigorous campaign against his dear enemies, the cuisiniers arabesques who had enslaved people and physicians alike, the hemophobes, the chemists, the astrologers, and the Stygiate, or, as he calls it, the Stygiate group. To him the Koran was less dangerous than the works of Paracelsus, the appearance of the New Geneva edition of which he deeply deplores. Reverence for Galen and friendship with Riolan, rather than any deep interest in the question, inspired his opposition. To him the new doctrine was ridiculous, and it was he who called the partisans of it circulateurs, in allusion to the Latin word circulator, meaning charlatan. In 1652 he writes to Spon that the question is still open whether the blood passes through the septum of the heart or through the lungs. In 1659 he promises to send him a work of Vinian against the circulation. More extraordinary still is the fact that as late as 1670, 12 years after Harvey's death, the thesis of one Cordel, a bachelor of medicine, publicly discussed the circulation of the blood, and Guy Patin, who presided, decided in the negative. The fiction of an ingenious narrator, le doux songe of Harvey, are the terms in which he speaks of it. The whole passage is worth quoting as possibly the last public denouncement of what seemed a rank heresy to the old Galenists. Here follows an extended passage in French, which this reader is not competent to read. As I said, we can forgive a great deal to the man who has left us such a picture of 17th century life, drawn all unconsciously with a master hand, and through the mists of prejudice and hate we can recognize the good sense which had the courage to protest against the forfanterie arabesque et bezardesque in much of the therapeutics of the day. Though a professor in the Paris faculty and a brilliant lecturer, Patin at that time did not occupy such a distinguished position, nor was his opposition of such importance as that of Riolan. John Riolan, the son, the most experienced physician in the Université of Paris, the prince of dissection of bodies, and the king's professor and dean of anatomy and of the knowledge of simples, chief physician to the queen mother of Louis XIII, as he is quaintly but very truly described by Harvey. Brought up by his father to regard Hippocrates and Galen as the sources of all wisdom, the intensity of his zeal increased with his years, until at last to see the physic of Galen kept in good repair became the passion of his life. The deep pity of it all is that such mental blindness should have stricken a really great man, for he was a brilliant anatomist and teacher, the author of the best anatomical textbook of its day, a man of affairs, profoundly versed in literature, a successful practitioner, and for years the head of the profession in France. The opposition of such a man was serious, and naturally had a profound influence. Not content with the comparatively brief statement in Enchiridion, 1648, Riolan published in England the following year his Opuscula Anatomica Nova, one very large section of which is taken up with the problem of circulation. It was this probably as much as a present of the Enchiridion that induced Harvey to break his long silence and to reply. After a report of a discussion upon a thesis in 1645 and a statement of objections, a most interesting discussion follows of the literature, in which the opinions of various writers are examined, particularly those of Cartesius, Conringius, Wallius, and Plempius. It is quite possible that the second disquisition of Harvey to Riolan, published with the first in 12º form at Cambridge in 1649, was brought out by Riolan's latter publication, though it is not directly referred to. Little did Harvey appreciate that his old friend was both blind and deaf, incapable of seeing obvious facts. It was not a question of being conversant with anatomy, or of having had experience, on both of which points Harvey dwells at length. Riolan knew his anatomy as well as, or better than, any man of his generation. It was not that he would not, but that he could not, see the truth which was staring him in the face. As Reynaud mentions, an occasional thesis (Fagon, 1663, Matort, 1665) supporting the circulation did slip through the faculty, but the official recognition in France did not come until 1673, when Louis XIV founded a special chair of anatomy at the Jardin des Plantes for the propagation of the new discoveries. The satire of Molière and the arrêt burlesque of Boileau completed the discomfiture of the anti-circulateurs, but it had taken nearly half a century to overcome the opposition of those who saw in the new doctrines the complete destruction of the ancient system of medicine. 4. Even when full grown in the conscious stage, truth may remain sterile without influence or progress on any aspects of human activity. One of the most remarkable of phenomena in mental biography is the failure of the Greeks to succeed after giving the world such a glorious start. They had every essential for permanent success: scientific imagination, keen powers of observation, and if in the days of Hippocrates the mathematical method of interrogating nature prevailed rather than the experimental, Galen carried the latter to a degree of perfection never again reached until the time of Harvey. Only when placed in its true position in relation to Greek religion and philosophy, as has been done so skillfully by Compères, do we realize the immensity of the debt we owe to those, our young light-hearted masters. And Compères makes clear the nature of the debt of Greek thought to the practical sense of the physicians. But alas, upon the fires they kindled were poured the dust and ashes of contending philosophies, and neither the men of the Alexandrian school nor the brilliant labors of the most encyclopedic mind that has ever been given to medicine sufficed to replenish them. Fortunately, here and there amid the embers of the Middle Ages glowed the coals from which we have lighted the fires of modern progress. The special distinction which divides modern from ancient science is its fruitful application to human needs, not that this was unknown to the Greeks, but the practical recognition of the laws of life and matter has in the past century remade the world. In making knowledge effective, we have succeeded where our masters failed. But this last and final stage, always of slow and painful consummation, is evolved directly from truths which cannot be translated into terms intelligible to ordinary minds. Newton's great work influenced neither the morals nor the manners of his age, nor was there any immediate tangible benefit that could be explained to the edification or appreciation of the ordinary man of his day. Yet it set forward at a bound the human mind, as did such truths as were proclaimed by Copernicus, by Kepler, by Darwin, and others. In a less conspicuous manner Harvey's triumph was on the same high plane. There was nothing in it which could be converted immediately into practical benefit, nothing that even the Sydenhams of his day could take hold of and use. Not so much really in the demonstration of the fact of the circulation as in the demonstration of the method. The inventum mirabile sought for by Descartes, the novum organum of Bacon, lies the true merit of Harvey's work. While Bacon was thinking, Harvey was acting, and before Descartes had left his happy school at La Flèche, Harvey was using la nouvelle méthode, and it is in this way that the de motu cordis marks the break of the modern spirit with the old traditions. No longer were men to rest content with careful observation and with accurate description. No longer were men to be content with finely spun theories and dreams which serve as a common subterfuge of ignorance. And here for the first time a great physiological problem was approached from the experimental side by a man with a modern scientific mind who could weigh evidence and not go beyond it, and who had the sense to let the conclusions emerge naturally but firmly from the observations. To the age of the hearer in which man had heard, and heard only, had succeeded the age of the eye, in which men had seen and had been content only to see. But at last came the age of the hand, the thinking, devising, planning hand, the hand as an instrument of the mind, now reintroduced into the world in a modest little monograph of 72 pages, from which we may date the beginning of experimental medicine. No great discovery in science is ever without a corresponding influence on medical thought, not always evident at first, and apt to be characterized by the usual vagaries associated with human effort. Very marked in each generation has been the change wrought in the conceptions of disease and in its treatment by epoch-making discoveries as to the functions of the body. We ourselves are deeply involved today in toxins and antitoxins, in opsonins, tulases, and extracts as a direct result of the researches in bacteriology and in internal secretion. There were sanguine souls in Harvey's days who lamented with Fourier that the discovery had not brought great and general innovations into the whole practice of physic. But had the old Lichfield physician lived, he would have seen the rise of a school based directly upon the studies of Harvey and Sanctorius, the brilliant reasonings of Descartes, and the works of Bellini and Borelli. The mechanical school rose in its pride on solid foundations, which appealed to practical men with singular force. Very soon that beatific epitome of creation, man, was marked out like a spot of earth or a piece of timber, with rules and compasses, and the medical terminology of the day became unintelligible to the older practitioners, who could make nothing of the wheels and pulley, wedges, levers, screws, cords, canals and cisterns, sieves and strainers, and they cracked their jokes on angles, cylinders, celerity, percussion, resistance, and such like terms, which they said had no more to do with physic or the human body than a carpenter has in making Venice treacle or curing a fever. Once accepted, men had a feeling that so important a discovery must change all the usual conceptions of disease. As has been said before, Harvey tells that he had in preparation a practice of medicine conformable to his thesis of the circulation of the blood, and it soon became customary to put in the title pages of works some reference to the new doctrine. Even Rioland's Opuscula Anatomia makes an allusion to it. Welius, a keen defender of Harvey, published in 1660 a little compendium of practice ad circulationem sanguinis adornata, but there is nothing in it to suggest any radical change in treatment. Rofink's Dissertationes Anatomica, 1650, embracing the older and more recent views in medicine, are ad circulationem accommodate, and even as late as 1690 the well-known Anatomy of Dionys was suivant la circulation. With the loss of his work on the practice of medicine, it is impossible to say whether Harvey's own practice was modified in any way. To part from the spirits and humors must have left his attitude of mind very skeptical, and that his therapeutic way was not admired, as Aubrey tells us, speaks for a change which may have set many against him. More important than any influence upon treatment was the irresistible change in the conceptions of disease caused by destruction of the doctrine of spirits and humors, which had prevailed from the days of Hippocrates. While Harvey, as he says, had in places to use the language of physiology, that is, the language of the day, he makes it very clear, particularly in the second letter to Rioland, that he will have none of the old doctrine to which the De Motu Cordis dealt the death-blow. But the moving hand reminds your orator, Mr. President, of a bounden duty laid upon him by our great dictator to commemorate on this occasion by name all of our benefactors, to urge others to follow their example, to exhort the fellows and members to study out the secrets of nature by way of experiment, and lastly, for the honor of the profession, to continue in love and affection among ourselves. No greater tribute to Harvey exists than in these simple sentences, in which he established this lectureship, breathing as they do the very spirit of the man, and revealing to us his heart of hearts. Doubtless no one more than he rejoices that our benefactors have now become so numerous as to nullify the first injunction, and the best one can do is to give a general expression of our thanks, and to mention here and there, as I have done, the more notable among them. But this is not enough. While we are praising famous men, honored in their day and still the glory of this college, the touching words of the son of Sirach reminds us, "Some there be that have no memory, who are perished as though they had never been, and are become as though they had never been born." Such renown as they had, time has blotted out, and on them the iniquity of oblivion has blindly scattered her poppy. A few are embalmed in the biographical dictionaries, a few are dragged to light every year at Sotheby's, or the memory is stirred to reminiscence as one takes down an old volume from our shelves. But for the immense majority on the long roll of our fellows, names, 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 nothing more, a catalogue as dry and meaningless as that of the ships, or as the genealogy of David in the Book of Chronicles. Even the dignity of the presidential chair does not suffice to float a man down the few centuries that have passed since the foundation of the college. Who was Richard Forster? Who was Henry Atkins? Perhaps 2 or 3 among us could tell at once. And yet by these men the continuity and organic life of the college has been carried on, and in maintaining its honor and furthering its welfare, each one in his day was a benefactor whose memory it is our duty as well as our pleasure to recall. Much of the nobility of the profession depends upon this great cloud of witnesses, who pass into the silent land, pass and leave no sign, becoming as though they had never been born. And it was the pathos of this fate, not less pathetic because common to all but a few, that wrung from the poet that sadly true comparison of the race of man to the race of leaves. The story of Harvey's life and a knowledge of the method of his work should be the best stimulus to the fellows and members to carry out the second and third of his commands, and the final one, to continue in love and affection among ourselves, should not be difficult to realize. Sorely tried as he must have been, and naturally testy, only once in his writings, so far as I have read, does the old Adam break out. With his temperament and with such provocation, this is an unexampled record, and one can appreciate how much was resisted in those days when tongue and pen were free. Over and over again he must have restrained himself, as he did in the controversy with Riolan, of whom, for the sake of old friendship, he could not find it in his heart to say anything severe. Today his commands are easier to follow when the deepened courtesies of life have made us all more tolerant of those small weaknesses, inherent in our nature, which give diversity to character without necessarily marring it. To no man does the right spirit in these matters come by nature, and I would urge upon our younger fellows and members, weighing well these winged words, to emulate our great exemplar, whose work shed such lustre upon British medicine, and whom we honor in this college, not less for the scientific method which he inculcated than for the admirable virtues of his character. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. End of An Alabama Student and Other Biographical Essays by William Osler.